Alright. Welcome in everybody. From YouTube as well. This is Warrior gameplay from Path of Exile 2. First 2 acts. Access. Pre-early access version. The atmosphere is fantastic in this game, yeah. Feels really good. Yo, this reminds me of the Maggot Layer. You guys know the Maggot Layer from Diablo 2? My hammer didn't always struggled in there. Dude, like, yeah, this like thing is blocking the vision. Reminds me of Elden Ring top down. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit Souls-like as well. Dude, I remember my hammer didn't, man, he was struggling in here. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, let's get it. Who is this guy? Mark Simulacrum. Smashed. Weak. Next level, boys. Dude, I keep finding like bow and crossbow. What is this? Can throw hammer. Maggot Layer was the worst. Yeah, it certainly was, man. There's so much footage that came out. This is early access pre-release. No, pre-early access, like before early access. This is this was the creator version. 2 flasks, yes. They changed that. You don't have 4 flasks anymore. The gameplay is not old. Well, you see 2 flasks. Last time I played before that, we still had 4 flasks. It's not a year old. This is because it's the controller port. That's why it looks different from the PC port.
Earlier access.
Ooh, the Devourer. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we're live on YouTube as well, guys, if you want to check there. Quality should be about the same. It's the controller. Console UI looks ass. I don't know. I think it's cool having all your skills like this. Yo, this guy is tough, man. He does like a lot of poison damage. Armin, hey my friend, how's it going, dude? Yo, it's been some time. Wait, how are you not even VIP? What happened there? Why does this keep happening? I would have recognized it instantly. Hey, you gonna play Path of Exile 2, Armin? It looks very good. It plays very smooth, man. PC installed Windows 11. GG. Well, you got it back, man. My precious. You have a girlfriend and a cat now. Oh, rip. Yo, you're gonna become that gamer dad, huh?
Horrific task.
Oh, we did it. Boom. He's getting both. He's a gamer dad now, I see. Yeah. Soon, Armin, you're gonna have 3 wives, 11 children, 5 jobs. And then it's over, man. 1 hour a day. Or 1 hour a week. You should play Diablo. Dead gamer now. Unlucky. This is Path of Exile 2. This is pre-early access.
Rolling slam.
is a series of 2 slam attacks.
I love the text-to-speech. It's really cool. Which one do you think is best?
Rolling slam is a series of 2 slam attacks. The first slam.
Ooh, 13 to mana. Mana is pretty important. Hey, Kodo, thanks for the 2 subs, man. Welcome in, boys. Yo, much appreciated.
I'll do it again.
How deep is the learning curve for this game? Yes. Gotta learn a lot, man. Learning curve goes like this. Double slam. Balls deep curve. Well, man, I'm happy for you, Armin. That sounds great, dude. So maybe I missed it. Are you gonna still try Path of Exile 2, even if it's more casual? More that gamer. Hey, thanks for the 10 gifted, man. Much appreciated. Yo, welcome in, everybody. Yeah, if you like. Oh, Pagan gifted, man. Thank you. Hey, let's go. Been a while. Hell yeah, welcome back, my man. Would you seriously have a cat? The girlfriend part, I believe instantly. But what about the cat, though? Okay, let's get it.
Don't bring it back.
Yes. And then we doubled it. This is the warrior class. I'm probably going to play warrior. This is the class I'm going to be playing on launch as well. I played warrior in the early access. I played monk and I played the huntress, but that was in 2013. This is warrior. 7 cats. So you have 1 girlfriend, 7 cats, and 3 jobs. It's RIP. I think this game was meant for us. It's meant for gamers. Found him on the streets when he was 4 weeks old. Dang. Yeah, that's cool, man. Saving the cats. Yeah, better than eating it. In Springfield. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. What do you think so far, Rob? Well, I think the Path of Exile community is amazing. I think the game's amazing. There's a lot of passion, a lot of love for the game. I have more thoughts here in this YouTube video if you want to check it out. This is from the pre-early access version. How do you get pre-early access? Being a content creator or like a big community figure helps. I was invited from GGG. And so was this guy. That looks good. Oh, she was the reason I couldn't come to Gamescom. Oh, well, gotta do what you gotta do, man. Well, there's always next year, right, Armin? I'm definitely gonna be there again in the coming year. And maybe we'll play, you know, Paladin. I think there's a good chance we can play the Diablo 4 Paladin at Gamescom. We'll see. I think they'll make a big announcement. But this is just copium, I don't know. I'm just coping. But if they do annual expansions, they pretty much got to announce it at Gamescom.
The Growlwood has changed, and not for the better.
And I really like that we have the warrior here that is sword and broad. It's like somewhat like a paladin, but like also very different. Yeah, the playthrough will be here as well. But I'll also link you the it's from Breezy here. I'll also link you that.
I'm like this.
Thanks, man. Map Pro Gamer. Thanks for the support. No more broken D4 builds on YouTube? Well, for sure. There might be even Path of Exile broken builds. Hey. You don't have to do that. Thanks, Armin, man. Hey, that's much appreciated. Super cool to hear you're doing well. Yeah, let's set it up. Like, it's gonna be in like 9 months already, Gamescom again. Evan. Thank you, Evansy, for the 5 gifted to the community. Hey, welcome in. Level 7 hype train. Thanks, man. Oh man, I think this game is gonna be amazing, guys. gonna be a ton of stuff to unveil here. Dude, these guys are slapping hard. Yeah. Need to take Urlaub. Tell me earlier about it. Okay, yeah, I'm not quite sure. The problem is we don't know that super early. We need to see the schedule from Blizzard and from GGG. But it's definitely not going to be on the weekend. It's usually at weekdays, like Thursday or Friday, Armin, of Gamescom. Because the business area is open then. On the weekend, it's like, you know, customers, not business viewers. Yeah, it's Vajira. Man, these guys slap hard. We're gonna subscribe to them.
Just got done with some shuffles.
Get him.
Not too bad of a day in the shove.
Heal yourself.
Had to grind our way out of the pits, but we did it. And we're just gonna do this on stream.
Love this guy. Let me log in, please, dude. Yeah, I'm super hyped about this one. This is fun. Yeah, you can use WASD. I tried this on the Mercenary and on the Witch, and it was really good with WASD. Really freaking good. Yeah. Okay, let's see it. Dude, these guys hit hard, yes? They hit very hard. The damage is automatically hidden. There is a damage meter like you see when we're fighting bosses. When you're fighting bosses, you have a damage meter. There is cross-play and cross-progression. The game is going to be available for console, PlayStation, and, well, console, like, which is PlayStation and Xbox. This is the Warrior. Warrior class. Yeah, so this is like where the skill gems are located here. What is his level? We're level 4. In this footage right now. Imagine having damage numbers. Yeah, I mean we had that like trillions and trillions of damage, right? But it's looking good. Oh man, Druid is looking fantastic, Armin. I'll link you something. I'll link this one to Elon as well.
No passage here, for now.
Elon is gonna log in. Here, take a look at this. This is the Druid footage. If you want to see it. The game is out. It's coming out on December. Have you tried the monk? I did not had the monk in this version that I played. No monk. No, Druid. Sorry, Druid is not gonna be out from the beginning. The Druid and the Huntress are coming a bit later. Druid and Huntress, I probably think these are confirmed to be the next two classes. PoE has 6 classes. Yesterday, Jonathan Rogers did an interview with, let's get this, with DM and with Gazi. See, now level 5. And they confirmed that Hunters and Druid are going to be next. This is the skill tree here. 10 melee damage. We always go deeps, man. Big DPS. This is the way. Rose. Would be 4. Oh, what? It's not old gameplay. This is the newer. This is like after the version that I played at Gamescom. You see, at Gamescom, the footage that I have from there has 4 flasks. Here we have 2. It's just a different UI because controller. But that's why you might be confused. It's 2 flasks already. Greasy. Or Bajira. Bajira. Gurung the Brumblers. Here, there's a WoW creator. I'll link his channel. There you go, I'll link it. I'll link it. Yeah, early access for streamers. Well, content creators. Also journalists, I think we're also there. Here you go, yeah, check out Bajira, guys. I'll link the channel. Boom! Oh, Orb of Transmutation already.
Can't go on.
Nice.
Earthquake.
I love the text-to-speech, man. Warrior Titan looking really good, man, yes. But the Monk is also looking extremely good.
Looks so good.
I have the boss footage. If you want to see a boss fight, guys, it's right here. If you're interested in a boss fight, this is endgame. Like this here is early game footage, right? But this is how a boss fight would look. Yeah, Dark Monk. Well, or even Avatar Monk. They both look really good. Man, this is great. Smash. Still waiting for the Warcraft 3 match. Oh, they did something cool to Warcraft. Have you seen that, Armin? Yeah, we can do that still at some point. Oh, I'm gonna lose. Well, right now there's just so much going on. Oh, we have the Bell of Hell, guys. Boom, boom. Smash. This is on PC. This is PC with a controller. The AoE on this class is crazy. This is the warrior class. Yeah, inventory Tetris on controller is a problem.
This place.
The Tree of Souls. Look.
It
those
sure is.
blue eyes. Is it still to release that being from the Tree of Souls? We'll need more than simply. There is a battlefield not far from here. Renly will know how to fort.
Battlefield.
I'll wait here.
Let's go there.
The tree will protect me.
It's coming out on December 6th, yes. Yeah, the graphic will be much cleaner, guys. This is recorded, streamed, like there's a frame cap on, there's a bitrate cap here on Twitch. It might look actually maybe a little better right here. I can stream to slightly higher quality onto YouTube because they don't have caps. But I'm capped by my internet. But Jira, yes. It's not a clip though, it's a video. Yeah, it's a World of Warcraft, a big World of Warcraft creator. That's how he also had access.
These were not my ancestors, but I still respect their valor.
Spoilers, boys. This is story spoilers. It's going to Act 2, I think. I will get fiber next year, Armin. It's already in my basement, but they haven't connected it yet. It's like German bureaucracy. The cable is literally in my basement, but I don't know. It's complicated. It's Germany. Did you get yours? It's gonna get better. Situation, it's complicated. Very complicated. This is typical. That is a classic. Like this. Yeah, classic army. I saw Empyrean's video. I've played with Empyrean in Diablo 3 like 10 years ago already. He's a great guy. He took off the video because there was some problem with the crafting bench stuff that is not coming out as he described it. He had to take down the video, I think. He had to take it down. But he's going to be blasting also party play, group play. This is also what interests me a lot, so I'm probably going to be playing that. Okay, look at the items here. Armor type. 6 main stat. 6 strength. This is my main stat on warrior. We're level 5. This is level 5. Yeah. I can't wait. It looks boring because it's slow. Guys, the beginning in other games is also slow. It's gonna get faster. And also the warrior class is a bit slower. It's like slow but high DPS. It's a showcase. Pre-early access. It's slow, but it also more... It creates more atmosphere. It creates more feeling. You can sell these items here for gold. So you just get a bunch of gold for it.
Till next time.
This is the Act 1 town. This is, I mean, I don't know exactly, but this is probably going to be how it's going to look on launch. I mean, it's going to look more beautiful when you run it on your PC directly rather than stream it, of course. Spin to win is confirmed. You can see it here. There's a clip here. But it's not in the game yet. Probably when they release Duelist. I love this pace at beginner. I think it's very good, the pace. I don't mind it being a bit slower at the start. It's gonna get fast enough in the end game, guys. Don't worry. You get much more of an immersion. Like, you know, the music, the sound design, the feeling. I think it looks nice. And when I played it, it played nice. This is a streamer pre-early access preview, yes. Sell this.
Go well.
Yes, we will. Yeah, it's gonna get hard now, I think. This is limited all the way to Act 2. This is Act 1 right now. We are on level 5. They talked about the amount of servers yesterday. They're hoping it works, but most likely it's gonna crash the server because they, Jonathan Rogers, the game director, said there is more people that pre-ordered. And you can pre-order here, by the way. than they expected. So more people pre-ordered the game than expected. It's going to be very popular. So I think it's like 4 hours total, 3 hours maybe. Until, like, it depends on how fast you play. First act should take you like 2 hours, 3 hours. It might be much longer. Like, look, these guys aren't easy. The life pool is dropping like crazy. Yeah, level up is soon, guys. The skilled, there's no skill tree. It's a passive tree. You get the skills via skill gems that you need to find. Here, level up 6. Here. So these are the gems. This is the skill tree. You always go big melee damage. The skill tree is huge. Oh, this is like a cursed shrine kind of thing. I guess. No, it's pre-early access. It's launching December 6th. Yo, the damage is crazy on these dudes. Well, it's in my history, Kai. Oh, we got a belt. If you want to see it, it's in my video history on Twitch or on YouTube. This is WASD. No, this is a controller connected to a PC. But WASD will have a similar effect, you know. Yeah. WASD felt really good when I played it. I have played Path of Exile 2, yes, last year and this year. Path of Exile 1 I played like 20 hours, 30 hours, so I basically didn't play.
Face me.
We almost played more Path of Exile 2 than Path of Exile 1. Like, at least in my feeling, because the time I played PoE 1 was so long ago. So you can't really say I played. Thank you, Herbst. Why does the graphic look so grainy? Well, I think it's because it's recorded live streams, right? Like, it's gonna look better, guys, if you have the game running on your PC. I felt the graphics look really good. It's gonna look even better, guys. The graphics will be different, I think. It depends on your system. Like, if you're playing on a toaster, the graphics might not be that good. If you're playing on a like gamer PC and you go high graphics, it's gonna look even more beautiful. But if you're playing on your smart fridge or on your toaster or on your mobile phone, like, it's not gonna be that good. It was Gamescom. I was invited to the booth at the. They had like in the business area at Gamescom. They had like a testing booth. I was also invited to the Los Angeles event that many creators went to. But you know, it's like a trip half around the world for me. It's basically like a 20-hour plus trip one way. So I didn't go to the event in Los Angeles, but I went to the event a few weeks later in Cologne, Germany, where I'm from. So it was much more comfortable for me to go to the Germany event rather than the America event. Much more comfortable. Oh, I still didn't bookmark this. I gotta post this in... I find this. Feels very meaningful, yeah, for sure. Oh, boss, boys. That one's gonna be tough. I remember this guy. The Rust King. Oh boy. Ah, here it is. Boom, boom. Yo, the damage that this warrior has is nuts. Thank you, Zio. I mean, I think both games are gonna be great. You can't go first person. No, it's always bird perspective. No, the skill tree is the passive tree. There's no skill tree, basically. Boom, man, easy. The skill tree, you need to find skill gems. It works completely different than what you think. You should watch some videos. I'm probably gonna make some introduction videos about it. Oh, nice. This is for a monk, though. I think we're gonna try Bone Shatter a bit. Is he? Yeah. More Breach. Never die. Ever. Have you decided the main class yet? Well, either I'm gonna play this class here, the Warrior. I already played it quite a bit. Or Monk. But I didn't really play the Monk, but the Monk looks fantastic. The Monk looks so freaking good. Yeah, I haven't really like decided yet. What are you guys gonna play? I mean, there's so many like cool classes. And we're back in town now.
Here are your spikes, but I would ask what you need these.
Quest item. Chronomancer also looks
fine
really strong.
work, Father. I still have much to learn.
Till next time.
Till next time, boys. That's right. Wars, thank you for the 2-month support, my friend. Yeah, always min-max them, boys. The Monk was your favorite.
Using Armor Break repeatedly against enemies will break their armor, allowing you to deal more damage. Look out for this symbol on enemy life bars.
I don't really know how armor works in Period 2.
Infernal Cry puts a debuff on
War
enemies
Cry.
that makes them explode when they die. Shield Charge is best used for stunning a small group of enemies.
Charge of P2.
This skill does more damage and thus more stun based on the armor value of your shield. Shield Charge. Shockwave Totem.
I think this one I'm gonna
repeatedly
take.
pumps the ground, dealing
Totems?
area damage.
Totems look really good. Warcry, boy. True Barbarian, huh? Just like a true Barbarian. That's in-game voice. Yeah, there's like a text-to-speech to it. Okay, so this is basically gonna be the next area. I've been there, and Grim Tangle. Look, man, they're all hanging.
Those blue eyes. To release them.
Dude.
Good. The others.
Release that which you hold.
This looks dope. Hawk. The music, I think the sound design is fantastic. They did a great job of that. Oh, what's happening now?
He's unconscious, but he's breathing. But this wound... We should take him back to Clearfell. He may...
Did you play Poe 1? The new Poe 2 simplified skills looks awesome.
I didn't play PoE 1 basically. I played more PoE 2 than PoE 1. At least that's how it feels like. Yo boys, here's the stuff from Bajira. Oh, there's the next one right here. Music, yeah, sound design is just mad. See, this is a skill tree. We go full melee damage, brutal, smash. Just DPS, basically. And always full deeps, boys. This is the way. Warcry cooldown reduction. How are you supposed to decide where to go, man? Look at how many! Oh boy, where do we go? This is not a skill tree. This is skill forest. The true forest. God damn it. Welcome to PoE, boys. Whirlwind? My head already hurts. Guys, this is the true forest, boys. Unnatural resilience. That's pretty crazy. Second full-time job, yep. Log in. Well, a lot of people that play PoE like that it is like that. Well, this is on a controller right now. I think that they solved it pretty well. Like the inventory Tetris, I think, is the bigger problem. Like the skill tree is like kind of fine with controller. But yeah, you can play this right away next week. Guys, it's next week when you can play. Everyone can play next week if you get early access.
This place has not been abandoned.
The mausoleum. Here we go. And I'm really digging the atmosphere.
Destruction!
2 gold. Thanks for nothing. Thanks, Obama. I'm playing right now. Why do you still have access? Ah. Yeah, sure. If you're working for GGG, then maybe yes. What am I supposed to do for a week? Watch videos, man. Work out, clean your house, buy some food. Get prepared, boys, to log in. Get ready to log in. There's no getting groceries, like, you know, after it launches. You gotta get them before. Yeah, I think $30 for supporting the game and getting early access and getting in-game currency, I think is a fair deal for this game. You're gonna have hundreds of hours, more, maybe even thousands of hours of content. So, yeah, bro.
Crush them!
Get them. Der sieht sick aus. Okay, this one. Keep getting crossbows, man. We need like a player to trade them with, huh? Hundreds of thousands of hours of content. Well, definitely hundreds of hours. Maybe thousands too. Work out, buy food, read books. Sounds like swear words to me. Alright, man, if you want to be a Giga Chat, you gotta work out, though. This is a video of gameplay.
I've no more room.
No one is playing right now. This was a pre-early access version. The pre-early access is down as well. It's gonna, like, everybody's gonna play on the 6th. Game is beginner friendly. So would you say Path of Exile 2 is beginner friendly? I would definitely say, and what do you think, chat? I would definitely say it's more beginner friendly than PoE 1, but I wouldn't really say it's beginner friendly. It's definitely more beginner friendly, but beginner friendly, I don't think this game is made for a casual player. Like if you only have like 1 or 2 hours a week to play video games, I don't think Path of Exile 2 is the game for you. If you have a few more hours that you want to play, like commit a few more hours, then I think the game is great. But if you're like very casual, I don't think it's the game for you. There's other games out there. But if you want to like take in a few more time and you want to like immerse yourself in the game, then yes, it's great.
Just an axe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also a casual, guys. Like, well, let's say I'm a beginner. Not a casual necessarily, but I'm like a complete noob in Path of Exile. But I'm going to invest a lot of time. Oh, let's see this. So I learned pretty fast. Oh my god. Dwarven Eternal Praetor. Ooh, the damage. I'm gonna play on the 6th, yes. Wow. Man. The infinite dodge roll is so cool. Look at the deeps. Yo, this guy is fucking tough. 2 times almost dead. 3 times. And then like no more life, boy. He's strong. He's really strong.
Your meaningless life ends now. Help me crush it.
RIP season. Man, I'm so glad I'm not gonna go hardcore. F. Dude. Oh my god. It's so crazy. Damn, you're such a noob. Yes, I now I can finally say with big confidence, I am a noob. I'm complete beginner, guys. Newbie. But we'll learn. Complete beginner. That's why we need to play, man, to learn. This boss is crazy. What the fuck? Noob 2628. Yeah, I should rename. I'm considering myself casual. I already have 3,000 hours in the game. Yeah, you're just starting out, right? 3,000 hours in PoE.
Dodge this!
Where can you play? This was from a pre-early access content creator version. I played at Gamescom in 2013 and a couple months ago. This was played in Los Angeles, I think. On a controller. You lose XP when you die. I'm not sure how much XP. Oh, that's a ton of coin. You do lose. Oh, we got the hammer. Yo, we're gonna be like, fuck going with shield, man. It's not magic, okay. Dude, it feels so iffy with controller, though. Like, navigating this inventory? I don't think we can... It seems so complicated with controller, man. I'm lagging. How do we get there? Controller, Pepe hands, dude. Eight main stat attack speed. Thank God I'm not a console Andy. Well, I definitely prefer playing MBK, but the WASD is pretty cool. I think you can get best of both worlds if you're playing WASD. Oh, thanks for linking a key, Nicola. Yo, Nicola just sent a key in the chat for the early access. Thank you so much. Yo, good luck, guys, on being fastest to copy paste this. Thanks, man. Do just send out a key. Yo, even the boss map is different. You see, it was top left, now it's top right. This boss is tough, guys. Oh, we're gonna beat. Meaningless life. What the fuck? Why is he do so much damage, man? Your meaningless life ends now. Meaningless? What do you mean? Dude, this is fucking crazy, man. This is like a third boss in the game, like Act 1. Yeah, dirty beginner, man. Like, I'm dying this boss, dude. What the fuck? Dude, he's bullying the warrior. What the fuck? There's two of them now. Get out of there. I can weapon switch to a shield, but I feel like you can almost never DPS him because you just need to be so careful. And out of potions. I'm gonna die again, guys. No potions, what now? Dude! This guy... Chat, no potion, help! Yeah, you gotta really pay attention to what you do. Fuck, man. You gotta be really paying attention to what you do with your flask, boys. Yep. How's it pronounced? Bajira? Bajira? G, man. You have to deal damage, but I'm playing a Quinn 69 build. What? I think this guy got the build guide from Quinn. Okay. We should play a DPS build? Fuck. Quinn build, boy. Oh my god. Chat recommended this, man. Most popular PoE streamer, Quinn 69 build. I thought it was good. I love it, man. Dude, Quinn is one of the OGs from D3. He was blasting Monk. Yo, did Quinn say which character he's gonna start? Man, he crushed it on Monk. Like, maybe he's making ZDPS builds now in PoE. At least that's what people say, I don't know. But, dude, he was a Giga Blaster on the Monk. God Gamer, yes. I mean, he truly was. He was always ranked 1 on Monk in D3. Because he is a God Gamer. Monk or Warrior? This is gameplay from Amorath, yes. No, but like, you would see the camera and some spread. You see her play Diablo 4. Yo, man, I hope she's gonna play Path of Exile, man. That'd be sick. Yo. She gonna play Path of Exile. Dude, she knows the meta, guys. She truly knows the meta. The Twitch meta. She figured it all out. Yes?
My story continues.
She knows the meta. This is on PC with a controller. Oh my god, man, I'm drunk with the skill tree. My head hurts. Melee damage, I mean, sounds good. More DPS. Level 10. Yeah, the navigation with controller is a bit tough. This is PC with controller. Re-questioning life decisions, like why play with controller if you just have a mouse and keyboard. Like if you like controller, guys, just go mouse and keyboard and use WASD. Easy fix. That's how it goes. Oh my god, man. Do you think it's gonna get him now? We beat him. Hey boys, I believe we're gonna beat him now. Trust. Warrior goes strong.
Destruction!
He's gonna keep the flask charges. We only have 5 charges. The DPS? Yeah, I know I should damage him, but the problem is as melee, like if you go in melee range, you damage and she does damage to you. Like you need to dodge that shit. And if you're dodging, you can't do DPS. You feel me? Oh my god, dude. The gaming. This is a pre-early access. Early access video. A couple months ago. Meaningless life. And it was going so good. Wait, how did I get a checkpoint here in this video? How did you get a checkpoint? Death count, WoW player. Dude, this is fucking tough, guys. This is a fucking level 10 boss, man. He's a giga check. Your meaningless life ends now. Come on, man, beat him. Dude. No. There's no way you're gonna die again, man. There's no way. Oh. Just kill him. Just die. Bro, what the fuck? W.
Your name has long been...
Wasn't even hard, guys. What? Dude, Wasn't even hard. First try. Yep. Just cut it out.
Maligned and Ogem Draven. This was my pleasure.
First try. Oh, big Schmelzhammer. GGG. Yes. Utilize totems better in a boss fight. Alright. Go to town. This is live recorded. I mean, how is a live not recorded? She like, The failure is no life regeneration or leech. Yeah, but you might not have this, like, I mean, he's fucking level 10. How are you gonna have that? Like, you can say, like, oh, like, you idiot, you didn't build this. Dude, it's fucking level 10. Did you receive early access? You can all get early access. It launches on December 6th. This is a pre-early access. I'm not playing right now. Can't tell. No, there was a ton of people that got pre-early access. But it was only the first 2 acts. This is part of Exile 2, AG. Dude, it's like this shield is also fucking... We are learning the game. So int max life. Dude, this reminds me a lot of D2, like in terms of, you know, how the items look like. I don't know how you're gonna move this with controller, like, effectively.
Till next time.
Till next time, boys. The PoE devs stated multiple times that they were die-hard PoE 2 nerds. Hell yeah. You can see the skill tree on my X account if you want. This is how the skill tree looks. But we don't have all the nodes yet. Just like how it looks.
Destruction!
Acceleration. This is the guy. I'll link it to you again. He's a WoW player. Or the Warcraft. Big WoW player. I think that's probably how he got access. But much appreciated, man. He uploaded this footage and stuff. It's super cool. Just check him out. Yeah, I agree. Like the D4, like also Diablo 3 to a degree. Like, I don't think it's a bad thing if they take inspiration from other games, especially if it's from their own franchise, like D2.
Feel my wrath.
1 million concurrent players. This worker is gonna far for sure, yes? There's lots of movement here. How do you like that the minimap is in the middle? This reminds me a lot of Diablo 2 as well, that you have like the minimap like in the middle like this.
At last, it's open! Praise the first ones! Quickly,
Praise.
come with me, we still have time! What is
Right.
this?
Get him.
Graves! Isabel! Torquil! Callum! The family of Count Lachlan of Ogham. My family! This doesn't make any sense! They're dead! Those bastard Eternals!
Level 11.
I must make them
This is still super early game. This is Act 1, level 11, Warrior. Oh my god, another... How many bosses are there, boys? Endless level. I hope this guy's not that tough. That's the last one. The last one was like impossible. This is crazy. We're logging in. Yeah, what do you think? How much player count are we gonna have, guys? This is on PC with a controller on a level 11 warrior right now. This boss is not that hard. Cope. Famous last words. This boss is not that hard. Cope. Ooh. Okay, it's not that hard, boys. It's fine. Oh my god, man. He got a game, dude. Let's focus on him. So much damage. That totem is like a very nice constant source of DPS. Is he not ever attacking the totem? And Explore, what's up? Welcome in, dude. Now the bosses in Path of Exile 2 are no joke, boys. Hard content equals get good. Dodged. Boom.
Hunt with the first ones, old man.
That was easy. Yo, leveling up that... So you can like choose which gem you want to level.
Using
Boom,
armor break
shakalaka.
repeatedly against enemies will break their armor, allowing you to deal more damage. Look out for this symbol on enemy life bars to see which enemies have high armor.
I still don't understand fully how armor
additional
works.
effects on monsters if their armor is broken.
Level 11.
Using armor break
10.
repeatedly against enemies
Sorry,
will
10.
break their armor, allowing you to deal more damage. Using armor break repeatedly against enemies will break their armor, allowing you to deal more damage.
Dude, I like the previews in the game, man. That's
While
fantastic.
Bone Shatter is equipped, monsters display these indicators when they are close to being heavy stunned. Use Bone Shatter to heavy stun them instantly and deal a high
Can we take this one?
You've earned it. corruption has twisted these wilds beyond recognition.
I don't like these range dudes. You're learning, yeah. Yeah, they have a narration of the skill. It's amazing. It's like very big. I mean, this part is very beginner friendly for sure. Yeah, we broke all our NDA, guys. It's breezy. The NDA has ended, shocker. 10,000 people, well, like 10 plus people posted footage. Surely they all broke NDA at the same time. Huh. Everybody broke NDA at the same time, guys. Especially after the announcement, yes. Of course. They're all gonna get banned. The poison seems so annoying. Yeah, law runs here, my lawyer. Dude, did you pay up to your royalties for playing my Whirlwind Barbarian? You're gonna hear from my lawyer, guys. They took our bills. They stole it. China copy. Why play before release? Because it allows you to understand if you want to buy the game and play the game and cover it. And on top of this, it also allows you to make videos and content to show the game to people and see if they are interested in maybe buying it. I mean, if you don't see anything of the game, like how would you decide to buy it? Shield charge. I think I'm gonna like whenever I play warrior, I wouldn't really play shield. I would play two-hand weapon.
Dealing area damage. Using armor break.
What is he doing here? Like primary skill? Like it's confusing menu. I'm going warrior or monk. I don't know yet. Yeah, 1,000 hour gameplay for $30, guys. Come on.
Why look?
He lives up to his reputation.
The art style is very D2-like. I mean, I would say so, to some degree. But that's not a negative for me. You should watch the boss battle. Is this the OG Path of Exile? No. Else it would not be in the Path of Exile 2 category. It's a different game. This is on that 2. Maybe 3. Path of Exile 3. D2 still the GOAT? Yeah, I think there's a lot of games that took inspiration. I mean, I think Diablo 2 basically defined the entire ARPG genre. Dude, these guys are tough. Spamming the potion like that.
While Bone Shatter is equipped, monsters display these in
Yeah, they're like respawning out of the ground or something. It's crazy. Guys, I can't believe this game is free. This is gonna be free to play next year. Early access next week, free to play the year later. Like, ain't that crazy? That's crazy. No other way to put it. I'll leave a like on the YouTube stream, my friends. I ate that crazy. Thanks, friends. $30 for early access. Dude, these ranged critters, whatever these are, like brambled ape, venomous crabs, like these fucking crabs, dude. What the hell? Mr. Krabs, get him. Level 11. Alright, here's the skill tree. More DPS? Yes, 8%, boys. Deeps, always deeps. Cannot go anything else, man. Armor? %, actually a lot. How do we get early access? All the information is right here.
When is release date? Ron D. Led Wiener.
Dude. December 6th, next week, next Friday. Next week's Friday, I should say. So 1 week and a few, like, it's like 10 days, 11 days. Like, we don't even have the wiener in the background no more. All this bullying.
Is that what's been eating our cattle?
It doesn't exist no more. I don't know why you have to keep bullying. Doesn't exist. It's gone. The crow bell has been eating the cows and the cattle.
You won't get away from
Dang.
me.
They're eating the cats. In Springfield, they're eating the cows. Oh, let's get him. This guy is tanky AF. Get him. I have mercenary gameplay we can look. Oh, easy, easy. We can look at some mercenary gameplay if you want. After. I'm gonna go all the way to Act 2. Yeah, not now, like in an hour or so. I want to see this Warrior Act 1 boss fight. This was a pre-early access version. Not playing right now. Yeah, the thing is you need to find those gems. There. It's gonna be hard to get the gems early on. There's a bit of monk gameplay if you want to see it, of the end game. This is not from me though. But here's some monk gameplay fighting against an Uber boss. If you want to see it. Wait, I didn't pin this? I was so sure I did pin this. So we go for more armor, boys. Life isn't fair, I know. Should ask also Empyrean Gaming about it. Man, we watched a lot of PoE history yesterday, and we have more to watch today. Oh, I love MP, man. Yes, he made merch for this. It's so good, dude. PoE 2 Nation, PoE 2 login. This one should work, right? No. Life isn't fair. I don't want to imagine that, but yeah, it's horrible. Crazy. Bam! Smash! Lego! They're little poison critters. It's like so bad because they just like run away, these stupid crabs, and then they fucking shoot you all the time. They're gonna be like just very annoying. But man, that skeleton boss that we fought there like was fucking tough. There's no mount in PoE. The only class that has something remotely close to a mount is the ranger.
Don't want to start a fight.
The ranger has a mount. Okay, what now? The hooded one, this guy.
How long has it been? It can still be
This seed.
Yes.
Doctor Disrespect
So if
has
we are
signed
to
with
heal
Rumble.
this land, we must find this. Bye.
What have we got?
Yeah, spin to win is coming, my friends. It's gonna be amazing. Okay, can we take this?
Oh yes, where is it?
Till next time. How can I help?
Be gone, evil goblins.
Stick to the cairns.
The voice lines is good, is cool. Yeah, this is from Bajira. Link this again.
Destruction!
Man, the crabs again. Like, look at them. Fuck these crabs. Mr. Crabs, seriously. Ooh. This is Path of Exile 2, pre-early access. Okay, Regal Shard. What do we do with that? Man, hits crazy. Yo, the totem being ranged looks super dope. I think this totem's gonna be a very nice way. Yeah, it looks way better, man. Yes.
And feel distinct.
Sorry. Hell yeah, let's get it. Looks so slow. Again, this is the early game, and also the warrior class is kind of slower, but big damage. The sound design is fantastic as well. Dude, poof. I love it. Ooh, what is this? Reminds me of high grass in Pokemon.
Shatter!
Get them. Flicker Strike exists, right? Oh, there's the doggies. Dude, the Druid is gonna kill his brothers here. Come on. Run. Run. They're going in. Not the dogs. They're eating the dogs.
I can put right one thing, at least.
Dude, those dogs. They're so loud. It's very dark game. Similar to D2 actually. Can anyone play? This was just streamer access. Right now no one's playing. It's a video. You can play on December 6th. Here's all the information. Yeah, the game is gonna look better if you actually get it on your physical PC.
Feel my wrath!
Feel my wrath. Storm, earth, and fire. Heed my call. And those dogs, dude. Dude, these dogs, man, the sound. Hungry sound. Dogs. Yeah, good level up, man. I was dead. Relentless. Armor life. Those dogs. Why can't I post this?
What have they done? The bastards! They burned it all!
I don't know, monk or warrior, guys. Footsteps too loud? I mean, you can adjust the sound levels on each, probably. Ambient sound, combat sound, music. They're beating the dogs. There, you got it. They're trying to eat you, man. You can even have a mood filter with custom sounds, my friends. It's wild. It's the immersion. Okay. Getting there. Okay, smash.
Wake!
Ja, wer ist ein Monk? Monkey. Come on, you know you're going warrior. I really want to, man, but Monk looks fucking dope, guys. Have you seen Monk? I'll show you some for a sec after this. Okay, do we take this? Flicker strike. Here, this is a monk. Now I gotta learn PoE. Authored it in the wrong thing again. I think they'll love it, yeah. Dude, the custom filters are gonna be crazy, guys. Custom loot filters, you can make even sound alerts. For what you like. By the way, you notice one thing. I never got any USB disconnects whenever I don't have Diablo 4 open. So it's definitely the game, not my PC fucking up. Dude, look at those burning pigs. What the fuck?
No chance.
Did you see those burning piglets? Bro. Yo, Spooky, what's up? This is Warrior. Level 11 Warrior from the pre-early access. This is Act 1 right now. With the burning piglets, man. Mmm, bacon. Maybe we'll see them again. Oh, Elon already posted. He gonna check out the game. He replied to our tweet. Dude, where the piglets at? I'll link this to you. Here guys, you can recommend him a class. I recommended Monk. I think for his playstyle, Monk is the best. Monkey. Yeah, you can play controller, this controller on PC right now, or WASD is very similar.
Shatter!
Thanks, Almighty. I already ordered my Path of Exile 2 themed Cybertruck. Wow, this boss is hard.
You have been sentenced to death.
Let's fight, boys.
You bastard!
Oh, get him.
Face me!
This is a big boy. Oh, he's kicking, man. Illegal kick. You got hit by the fire. What an idiot. Sorcerer kick in the leg penalty. Yeah, you should be getting a penalty. No damage now. Where you see the DPS meter, top right of his HP bar, it says 500. You see that? There's damage meter. 44 damage I did. 28. Right? See it on the top right. Then like a mouse cursor on this controller. Tiny DPS number. It's not like you have these like big floating numbers with trillions of damage from you know, Diablo. It's a bit different. Pre-release was for I think there were some journalists, content creators, streamers, people from the community. Well, and you could have played it at Gamescom. Like, anyone could have played it at Gamescom. PoE2, you could play at Gamescom. I think even in 13 and... yeah, in both years. Hey, man, first try, guys. This guy's not even that hard, huh?
thunder.
Bam! Oh my god, okay. Well, we dodged it.
Death is not revenge enough
Bam,
for what
dude.
you've done.
One. Bob Nation. What is this warrior nation? You can't play yourself, Slipstick. December 6th. But I think it's more entertaining like this. Guys, really gotta learn the game. Rage? Yo, this looks like Wrath of the Berserk, man, kinda. But I play with myself every night. Oh, dude. To play the game, then. You prefer to watch PoE 2 rather than play D4? Well, there's nothing to do at the moment in D4. I mean, if we had PTR right now, I'd probably play some D4. But there's a lot to learn about PoE 2. And I'm learning.
Where to keep that?
I can't play. No, it's not possible. If you tell me how, then yeah. Just stand in the fire. 450 MS occultist. Who? Ha. There's early access on December the 5th. The 6th, actually. Well, I don't know exactly, like, did they say a time?
He killed. Clearfell is safe.
Okay, boys. We have the next act here. This was the video. So obviously it's a video, guys. Okay, look at this. Oh, here, Elin is logging in, man, on this monk. The patch is insane.
And feel distinct from the locations in the campaign.
Here.
And we have dialed the randomization up to 11. This is just one of the Pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them. And feel distinct from the locations in the campaign. And we have dialed the randomization up to 11.
Dude, the flicker strike looks insane.
This is just one of the Pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them. And feel distinct from the...
Dude. Yeah, it just looks so cool. Yeah, more gameplay. We have the full boss gameplay as well, dude. It's gonna be fantastic. Hell yeah. Flicker strike looks nuts. Yeah, man. Like it does. This is the flicker strike, boy. Ooh. Yeah, look, he's logging in. I thought I thought monks lived in Abyss and transcribed trolls. They sure came a long way. They sure did, man. Yeah, he's taking down the full Uber boss. They sure came a long way, guys. He's logging in. They sure did. Here is the full... what is like a boss encounter? Boss encounter fight, boys. Wait, we have some PoE music here for the background. You guys remember this song? Yeah, Elon Musk's gonna play, guys. He gonna play. Gonna be insane. I think he's gonna go monk. Dude, yeah, Monk is looking good, friends. Elon was a monk in his former life. This is old PoE login music, boys. Ooh. Endless. Dude, yeah, it's gonna go so crazy. LFG, dude. Endless build options. PoE has some really nice phone names, yeah. Should just post the login emote, man. Oh, boys, they sure came a long way. The atmosphere is fantastic. If you want to see the boss fight, boys, it's awesome. It's all here in this post. We're gonna be watching the next playthrough, Season of PoE. Ah, it's gonna be fantastic. All right, boys, you ready for part 3? That's just if you want to see something. Spiritborn is monk, yeah. Similar at least. I mean, Spiritborn has like a lot of nature themes. The monk is more in PoE is more like elemental. You have like darkness, avatar with like different colds elements, and I think lightning as well. It's crazy.
Stick to the cairns.
For what it isn't worth. There is no end. For what it isn't worth. Thank you. I think.
Together, we will rebuild.
I don't know, guys. Monk or warrior? Like, it's so hard to decide, man.
While Bone Shatter is...
Warrior looks also super good. It's gonna be really hard to decide this. They're all from Breezy, from Bajira, so Bajira is a WoW player here. That's a skill tree. My head hurts. Okay, we'll check that video afterwards.
While Bone Shatter is equipped...
The laughter is like a UI overlay that they have here. I see the next boss fight.
Face me!
Yo, the density is going up. He looks pretty strong with his shield and sword. location is hard. We played it here. Let's see it. This is tough. Oh, they have some hooks.
How to survive here. You played the early access by Love and Date? Or the pre-early access? Let's just jump into you. I mean, I didn't play it like until this part. This is pre-early access. Every class needs defense. Yeah. You can't just go full. Well, we'll see. Looks like you can't anyway. Play close beta, but I can't say anything. Is it known? Okay, I mean, I guess you can't say. Like, did you have access to the full, like, to more than the first 2 acts? So just the first 2 acts as well. Well, that's already pretty big, though. Three acts?
Destruction!
Yeah, but you will get it like a bit different. But maybe in the end game. Maybe you're just gonna F them up big time. Rambo Boar. Yeah, it sure is. Some guards who can avoid getting hit? Maybe. But it sure is still gonna be tough.
Rage all you want, beast!
But this is just another crow bell? Bell, yeah. It feels so immersive, and I think the a bit slower pace is actually highlighting the sound in an even better way. Because if you're just zooming through, the sound wouldn't be as nice. Like this, it's really good. Warrior or Monk is what I'm gonna be playing. But I really don't know which one. I mean, maybe I'm gonna go a different class. I don't know. Did you try Monk, Lafinate? Which one did you like? Of the two ascendancies. I don't know if you can say, but like, just what you prefer. Monk looks cool.
So this is where the clanless live. There are far more of them than I expected.
Hell yeah. Clanless. I think Monk is insane. But I mean, Warrior also looks good. And the way I understood it, they buffed it from the version that you played. At least the strength life scaling. No, this is Act 1 still. It's not Act 2 yet. Act 1. No, that's cool, Lafinate. Well, it sounds like you had a great time, man. I guess you have lots of hours in PoE 1 too, yes. Yeah, but what are you basing this on? Warrior is really strong. Other people said that. I think they buffed. It looks like they buffed the Warrior. Do you have a link for that gameplay, Garth? Sorcerer gameplay? I'd like to see it later. We're gonna be watching this all the way to Act 2. Every class is insane. Yes, Monk is insane, Warrior is insane. But yeah, I think Monk feels a lot flashier. This is part of Exile 2, level 12 Warrior. This is early game, that's why it's not blasting. Druid looks so insane. All of the classes look insane, man. What do you mean? Everybody looks insane. Someone not looking insane? Yeah, it seems like they buffed melee, specifically Warrior. Warrior got a big buff. Well, I don't fucking know, but like that's what I heard. I don't know. Too. And I mean, nobody knows the final notes. Yeah, but if everybody looks insane, no one is insane.
That voice. What sinister shadow lurks here?
They're all insane. Send them off with Psychic Ward. They're all insane. They become mad. Oh, boss. Be gone. And the end game will be way faster. It's always like this, guys. The early game is slow. Tailwind is Ranger. I think, yeah, the game is more complicated than before, yes. It's a Ranger Tailwind. That's fucking Deadeye. Yeah, guaranteed to hit. Man, I'm excited, Plop, dude. It's gonna be amazing. Hella excited, boys. This is gonna be fun.
Destruction!
destruction. It's a completely new game, yes. It's completely separate from PoE 1. Can't take the character, of course. They have, they call it leaks. Yes, they will have leaks. I think also roughly every 3 months there will be a reset leak. Even in the early access they will have resets. Who's playing? This is gameplay from Jira. I'll link you his channel here. Looks fast. Well, I'm gonna go to the bathroom for a sec. This is Bajira. I'll be right back a sec.
I've nowhere to keep that.
What have we got? If you find a pint out there, do bring it back.
carrots. We got some snacks. Yeah, it's you gotta remember this is still early game.
Will best you.
So this is still early game, guys, and the warrior in particular is a little more slower, but high DPS or high damage class, high like big hits, if you will. I got some, how do you say, a pizza? I don't even see it properly. Pizza Brötchen. And some chicken wings. Very nice. And on top of this, boys, we got some holy iced tea here. Apple iced tea. Let's go. We got the goods, man. Healthy food. Da, dude. We're gaming, yes? At this point. We're gaming. Oh, we got some nice iced teas. So check it out. Sugar-free, guys, here. Apple iced tea. Green apple. From Holy. You can use my code here for 10% off, my friends. Super delicious. They also have some pork energy drinks. We're gonna grind probably like 35 hours on launch. Iced teas for the week. I really like it. Cheers.
Feel my wrath.
Oh man. Green apple iced tea. A green tea apple. It's really good. Bam. Yes, the video here is from Breezy. He's a big World of Warcraft streamer, creator. Yeah, it's the channel. Wonder if PoE 2 will have seasons. Well, they do call it leaks. They're calling it leaks, and it's gonna basically function the same as the season. What's a family? Oh boy. Yeah, this guy's rocking. I just ketchup and some chili dip. No one will touch grass. Yeah, it's gonna be tough, guys.
You thanks for the great D4 build. I can't wait for Foe 2.
Thanks, mate, for the support and the kind words. Yeah, me too, man. It's gonna be amazing. I'm glad you enjoyed them. I will have some part of Exile builds, but I'm probably gonna make like just a beginner guide. Because I'm a complete beginner, just like you. So I'm gonna make like some beginner guides, so we can kind of learn the game together. Ooh, rip. Man, they do so much damage. You see this? Even to like trash mobs, man. If you're not careful for a second, they like insta-kill you. What the fuck? It's so strong. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, it's full of copium right now. Like, any tier list, any build guide is copium. But still, people are excited about this. Like, again, I'm not gonna do builds yet. I'm just gonna make like a beginner guide. And probably talk about my plans. Yeah, look at these. My family lives in Wayclass. I'ma be there on Christmas. That's right.
Dodge this!
Beginner guide, just don't die, don't get hit for it. Yeah. That's gonna be my beginner guide.
Must destroy this before it goes any further.
I think the 4 patch notes PTR are gonna be coming on Wednesday. 3 days from now. Or 2 days. Technically. Another fight, King in the Mists. Shut up! Yo, I love this, the humor on this guy. The Warriors is going in, man. Shut up. Yeah, Dreamcall, watch some of his beginner videos, mechanic videos. I think it was Dreamcall.
PoE 2 had a real...
Man, yeah, it's wild. Man, this boss looks pretty hard to kill. Like, he just like dies like so fast. The game is not live. December 8th, December 6th. Two-handed weapons. The ulti machen war Hunger. Und Tech Green. Dude, this boss fight, man. Ritual Enjoyers. Horned Crown. It's like also kind of like looking at the items. Crossbow. She's like already always adding affixes to the gear. I think that's probably very smart. Would you say we should use like every crafting material that we get to get like power instantly? Marshall, hey, what's up, man? Welcome in. How's it going? Hope all is well.
I've nowhere to keep that.
Yes, use instantly. That's already a good beginner point.
Oi, it's you!
Oi!
Your Renly's found.
Hey,
I
Finn.
am Finn, owner's house. Unless everyone Claire fell so.
Oi, 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 oi.
Come back, sir.
How can I help? Go well.
Dunke Juja, thank you for the 5 gifted for the community. Is he getting so many skill gems? Thank you so much. Yeah, many build variations. Like in this game, it's completely, totally crazy. You can basically combine anything with anything, even beyond class boundaries.
How can I help?
Okay. Spirit-born flashback.
Till next time.
Skills, not passives. He's still in Act 1, man. Wow. Oh, this is where the burning bacon is attacking us. Maybe again. There! Do you see it? The bacon. There. Mmm. Burning piglets. Mmm. Bacon. It's too crazy. Does everything look overly sharp? Yeah, I'm not sure. It might be also the stream quality stuff. I think it looks really good though. I mean, I definitely like the kind of graphics. Like more dark. Like obviously it's not super colorful, right? Level 14. Yeah, this is like not one-to-one a barb. This is like a warrior, like a barb with a shield, you could say.
As you hold down the button for Perfect Strike, your character will charge up, If you release at exactly the right moment, you'll create a large explosion in front of you.
Earth Shatter.
Shield Charge is best used for stunning a small group of enemies.
Why does he have so many skill gems? It's ridiculous. That reminds me of Charge in D2. Yeah.
Shatter!
What? Man, fighting in these burning houses. Like, they're all burning. Are they igniting your character even? Hey, Kid Crux, thank you so much for the support on YouTube. Much appreciated. What's the M doing? It's gonna kill them piglets. Nah, you know these are swimming though. I think the map overlay is fantastic. You can have it on the top here, but you can also do it like in Diablo 2 and like put it in the middle of your character. Like, I think you have to press tab. Holy shit. It's good. I'm so ready for this, dude. Yeah, my body's ready. Oh, there's a piglet. Walking bacon. Bacon. Where's Homer at, man?
Hey. Hey.
This is a pre-launch version or pre-early access. It's not playing right now. It's a video from Bajira. Yeah. This is purely 2.
Hey.
But I'm gonna have to go with
Ooh, me too. Hey.
Where the piglet? Yeah, for sure. They're burning dead. That look really good. We're gonna be fighting the boss soon. This is gonna go up to the Act 1 boss in a bit. Move. And like, move. Like that. How is the game from the vid so far? More noob friendly? It's definitely more beginner friendly than PoE 1. However, I would not go as far as call this game like very, very beginner friendly. Like, it's not beginner friendly in comparison to some other games. They made it a lot better though, in terms of being accessible. But this is like, PoE is still sticking true, you know, to its like core values. Like, this is not gonna be like a very casual game.
Sentenced to death.
You bastard! Face me!
Wait, did I fuck up this? He already did this boss fight. I think he's farming it, right? So he's farming because he can't progress, because he's dying. Yo, this is crazy. Like, in Act 1, he's already getting, like, we're already getting filtered. Like, it's basically a filter. Like, you can't progress unless you farm, or you're gonna get good. This is, he published this like 3 days ago.
Get down here!
Game journalists got stuck on this boss and gave up. God damn, dude. Hey, he's melting in that. Warrior looking good.
My satchel is full. Power.
Might be a bolt, and I really don't know which one I'm gonna do. This is tough. Let's skip a bit ahead because we already seen this part. I think he's just doing it again. Okay, now he's progressing. Well, this is a new area. Here, he has like a video series on this channel. Bajira World of Warcraft. Hey, no problem. You're very welcome.
Destruction!
This is the end of Act 1. Controller UI looks clean. I think actually the controller UI looks kind of better than the PC UI. I'm gonna just yeah, that travel notes you can do it too. Okay, should we skip a bit to the boss fight, guys? Let me see if he's fighting another boss here. Oh yeah, he is. Candlemas. Yo, this boss has like candles on his back that are burning. Look at that guy. Fog? Dude, this boss. Get him whacked.
Hi everyone, Fearless Dumbo here.
Dude. This almost reminds me of like the, what is it, like Godzilla movies, like the music. A little bit. Oh, he's crushing him though, man. This warrior is strong. W.
Nothing sacred anymore.
You beat that candle boy. Yeah, he's blocking. He's eating this god gamer. Tomb Lord for the win. Yeah. Let's go Tomb Lord, boys. Dude, the music. Oh man, the music.
You can rest when you're dead. Keep digging.
That's him. One of us will not leave this manor alive. Let's try!
Looks so sick. I have no idea how the game optimization. I don't know what that means. Like, is it crashing? I never crashed when I played. It's gonna look even better, guys, if you have it on your own PC and not watching through a video. It's gonna look even better, boys. Like, for sure. Feel any lag? I only played solo. I think most of the lag comes when you're playing group. At least in PoE 1. So, I don't know, in PoE 2, I played solo. I had not any lag. No lag. This is the warrior class, level 12 or something. I haven't played this on my own computer, guys. I played this on like a pretty powerful setup at Gamescom.
I'm not ready.
11 days, but there's a lot of things to prepare. Like you can prep a lot if you like. So he's going throughout this candle map. Ah, it looks so cool. Yo guys, we're logging in. Log in. good. Man, he's a big shield boy now.
While Bone Shatter is equipped, monsters display these
He
indicators
just keeps
when they're close
yapping
to
about
being
this
heavy stunned.
AI.
Use Bone Shatter to heavy stun them instantly. As you hold down the button for perfect strike. the
Dude, I love
character
this
will charge
tutorials
up.
in game.
If you
Like, you
release
don't need to go
shield-
to third party. When you update the
While Bone Shatter is equipped, monsters display these indicators.
Horrific! They're insane!
Early access is on December 6th, yes.
Crush them!
He's getting them, boys.
Husband, this interloper has the power we need. Kill him.
Have we seen
and
the
you
stash
shall
plus
have
stash tabs
everything
somewhere?
I promise.
In PoE 1 you can see them. I can show them to you later. You have a lot.
Remove your head myself! You are nothing but a tyrant! Bend the knee!
Ooh. Count Genor. How many awesome bosses is just in Act 1, dude? I love his thick mantle, dude. It seems like for Warrior, like, at least for him, shield is the way.
Great Wolf, have you?
He's freezing him as well.
You will pay for that. First one's higher.
Geonor? Not Geonor?
Oriana!
Geo?
Open the cage!
Alright.
Release the beast! Give me
Yeah,
what
he looks
you
like the guy from
promised.
the cinematic, right? Is that the guy? Guy from the cinematic.
How dare you abandon me? After all I've given you!
What? Yo, he's transforming!
Requiem and high.
Oh man! Yo, he's transforming! Mephisto! Man, people are gonna die here so much. Where's Mephisto at? This is the end of Act 1. It's probably, after this is the end, the final boss.
Solstice of pain.
Dang.
I will take out your heart and savor each bite. Desolation. Requiem and high. I smell your blood. And I am ravenous. Destruction!
Dude, man, this boss.
Chilling frost.
Holy. Oh, get him. Get him.
I smell your blood.
Get him.
And I am ravenous. Chilling frost. Requiem on high.
Hey, it looks a little bit like the Mephisto dogfight. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Man, people are gonna be feeding on this guy. What the fuck? Oh boy.
No
F.
noose this time.
Detch.
I'll remove your head myself. You are nothing but a tyrant.
This is the guy from the opening cinematic, I think.
Easy prey.
Easy prey indeed, man. We're gonna be noobs. We're gonna be easy prey, boys. I started PoE 2, I'm already hard stuck. Already hard stuck in Act 1. Yo, there he is. Doggy. It feels like almost all these fights, mechanic-wise, are similar to Lilith. Like he has about as many mechanics as Lilith does, right? Maybe not like the graphics, of course. I mean, Lilith's graphics was insane, dude. The atmosphere of the Lilith fight was...
Requiem on high.
How's the traction going? It's coming along. I need to keep working on it.
Desolation. I will take out your heart and savor each bite.
Get him! The doggy's on the ground. Yeah, you should just take resolve stack, will volley, and he's one shot. Come on, what an idiot. Just one shot it.
Your heart and savor each bite.
Come on. What now? Another phase?
I smell your blood, and I am ravenous. Freezing gale. I can't get. I smell your blood.
Dude. This boss fight's like 10 minutes, man.
Chilling frost.
This is just like a random boss in Act 1. I mean, maybe Warrior here just doesn't have that much DPS, but come on, get him. It wasn't even hard. Ah, first try, easy. Down, boy, down. Jesus, man, look at the loot. GG, bro, look at the coin. Damn, that's a boss fight. Sick, yo. Yo, been slain. Elden Ring boss fight. He did it. Okay, got some loot. Okay, I think the last thing left is then the act boss. I believe. Man, that's crazy. Should probably say mercenary.
My satchel is full.
Check out the new video, you guys.
Count
Alright, guys,
Geonor
path
is
of
dead. We can finally start.
Looks pretty strong.
You've done well. The darkness.
Looks Witch Hunter leaks. It's a bit confusing that the mercenary guy is called Witch Hunter. Okay, this is the big story spoiler, guys. So this is the
horrific.
This is the final boss. Here, you see this? This is also from the trailer. You see that, like, tentacle thing? Oh, is this the guy that he just beat? Was that the Act 1 boss? That's the one, right? So I think that was the final Act 1 boss. Was it? He just keeps farming it, I guess. Oh, that was the final boss? Okay, so this was the Act 1 boss. Sorry, guys. He did it. But man, that was an epic fight.
Crush them! I will take out your hearts.
This is just the Act 1 boss, man. This is gonna be the great filter already. I mean, you can always keep farming, right? To do it. I thought this was just the second two Act 1 boss. Yeah, that's pretty crazy, actually. Like, look, he just keeps farming it now.
No noose this time.
Do we have footage of the Act 2 boss?
Myself. You are nothing but a tyrant. Easy prey.
I think this is the Act 3 boss we have footage of. The Act 3 boss we should have.
Nodes here? I'm the smallest node.
That will not.
But okay, we can check that later. Oh boy. Have you seen this video? Asmon made a reaction. That's a real video. Blizzard thieving as Path of Exile explodes in popularity 2 hours ago. Oh man. Yeah, he be going for the dramas. Yeah, that dude is great. He always has good takes. I'm very interested. I'm going to watch this video anyway, so I'm very interested in what he has to say. It's about what Rod Ferguson tweeted.
Really big announcement the other day. It was really popular, and a lot of people thought it was great.
Absolutely massive cope. Oh my god, dude. Yo.
Great. You don't want to know somebody else who didn't think it was so great?
Oh, man.
One of the people that works on Diablo 4. Crazy, huh?
I wasn't going to make this video, but am now for 2 reasons. The first is this tweet right here from the Diablo 4 General Manager, Rod Ferguson, which we'll analyze and attempt to explain in a moment. The second is Pal Moana Exile's talkative try here talking about an absolutely stunning series of events that occurred on the biggest day for Path of Exile ever.
Yeah, I think it's probably the biggest thing. You're right about that.
I needed to showcase this to everyone, and I need you to understand.
Yeah, I have my
this
thoughts on
is
this
not
here
a
as
video
well, guys.
trashing Diablo 4, its players, or its developers.
I reacted to
It is
that
merely
tweet here.
examining a pivotal piece and moment of ARPG history and immortalizing it here on YouTube.
Yep.
November 21st, 2024 shall go down in the annals of gaming legend, and it's not because D4 is bad, it's because the way Blizzard maneuvers their non-existent relationship with their closest competition, Grinding Gear Games and Path of Exile 2. So please, no need to spam D4 bad in the comments. Let's break everything down. November 21st, 2024 was the day Grinding Gear Games unveiled what Path of Exile 2 would look like in early access.
Yeah, this shit was insane. I'm going to be honest. This was crazy. I feel like
Asmon react to that?
I don't even know what to say. I was just in shock.
Endgame system.
I think it just blew everybody out of the water. Like, that was a crazy announcement.
Like the Atlas and endgame only Pinnacle bosses like Zesht. They explored each of the 12 Ascendancy classes available upon early access launch.
Available
Infernalist for the Witch.
upon early access launch. Very important component there. half of the classes, meaning half of the ascendancies also, are not available. This is only half of the game.
Which allows you to summon a demon dog and transform into Lilith. They also addressed...
Like, it has more content in the early access release than probably any other game out there right now.
Something spicy in the most kind
ARPG
and articulate
at
way
least.
possible. We'll revisit that in a bit.
I mean, WoW definitely
First,
has more
we need
content.
to note what else happened on November 21st at the exact same time as GGG Live. Diablo 4's mid-season rundown stream on its 7th season. Of note...
But the music is so good.
How'd that stream do? How'd it do?
Oh, no. Yo, I mean, I played Vessel of Fate a lot, guys, as many of you may know. For me, it was great. I had a ton of fun on the Spiritborn. Obviously, there's a lot of problems, but the retention of the player base has been very bad. Like, there was quite a lot of people playing at the start, but they have dropped out so fast. I think even faster than some of the previous seasons. And this was an expansion release, right? Like, it was the Diablo 4 expansion. And it felt more like a normal season in terms of, like, the interest, the player base, and stuff like that. I mean, I love the Spiritborn. The Spiritborn was fantastic to play. It was pretty broken, but it was a lot of fun.
Ooh, not so good, huh? It's the worst one.
Yeah, but it didn't come out in November. But yeah, the November look already pretty bad, yeah.
Yeah, that's the worst one. Wow.
The retention...
And the PoE stream?
Yeah, okay. But you're comparing like a season update with a game launch, right? It's not
This
a
is the best
fair
one.
comparison.
Huh.
There was a lot of dupes. Yeah, but that's not really why players
That's
quit.
crazy,
I mean, some
huh?
players.
Wow. Bigger number, better game? Duh!
Bigger number? Wait, Diablo 4
is getting the
Path of
Armory
Exile 2?
in Season 7,
4 is
allowing
higher
you
than
to
2.
store builds in-game. That's pretty rad. Aside from that,
They're
there
500,000 on Twitch, so I think it's going to be a ton of people.
were no other large announcements, and there wasn't really supposed to be. But they chose
No.
to schedule their reveal stream to match up with the big Path of Exile 2 reveal, and here were the results.
Again, I don't think they chose to do that. Like, Path of Exile originally was supposed to come out on the 15th of November, right?
By the numbers.
I don't think they chose
On November
it, but
21st,
yeah,
Path of
unfortunate.
Exile 2 on Twitch popped off. The category peaked at 475,351
Oh, look at this. To the moon.
viewers. With
I would not use this variable as a good
Yeah, you can
metric
link.
because a lot
Link
of
it.
people were
Thank you.
paid to watch the live stream. I cannot fucking believe that because I wasn't. But to be honest, I would have done it for free, and I did. So it was, realistically, it was probably a good decision by them financially. Oh, we know Baldy's going to watch it. We don't need to pay him. I get it. That being said, you weren't even streaming? Yeah, because I didn't know it was going to happen. And,
Well, you
anyway,
didn't know?
they're smart. Yes, right? But I think that it's very fair to look at the actual live
Baldy's going to watch it anyways.
stream of the main event, right? Because like that's the actual community for PoE
PC wasn't
itself.
working. Oof. That Starforge logo.
111 total channels streaming the reveal.
Starforge.
This is absolutely
I mean, it can always happen.
massive.
Like, whatever.
Yeah,
Even my live stream was crazy on Twitch.
Hey, watch
These
it
numbers
after,
are
yeah.
amazing for me without raids.
That's amazing,
490
yeah.
max viewers, 397 average on a 5.4 hour live stream with over 150 Twitch
Bro was so into farming politic reacts, he literally missed the PoE reveal. He did make a video about it.
subs.
no, it's the fucking right here. This is the big one. 362 followers is incredible for a channel of his size. That's awesome for him.
That's a lot.
362 follows. On YouTube,
In one
it was
stream.
even wilder. I had a peak
Yeah.
of 1,583 people watching live on
Damn.
YouTube, which is just insane.
That's a lot.
Other larger creators had even more
Try's
massive
amazing.
volume.
Yeah, I saw
Like Darth
Quinn had like 30K.
Microtransaction, whose stream went bananas on Twitch.
Damn!
He had 21,382 max
Look at
viewers
that.
and 58,000.
He also got rated by the official Path of Exile channel, right? At DM. He's doing fantastic, man. DM's
517
cooking.
unique viewers. Now, let's look at Diablo 4 on Twitch to compare. Again, by the numbers. On that day, their peak viewership
cooking.
was
That's microtransaction.
23,217. That's pretty good for a mid-season stream and a preview of Season 7.
Yeah,
However,
sure.
what I think is more interesting is the larger view, as I think this feeds into the tweet we'll discuss in about 30 seconds.
Uh-oh.
Diablo 4 viewership peaked on May 31st, 2023, with 941,488 viewers on Twitch. Almost
Hell
immediately,
yeah.
it trails off
It's going
and
well.
has never recovered at all, in the slightest. D4
Jealous?
is Blizzard's other big live
don't think
service
that's the word I would
content-rich
use
game
at all,
alongside
no.
WoW, which also peaked years ago in
No, what
DM deserves it, man. He's blasting.
about Overwatch 2?
His YouTube channel is
They're
popping.
using Overwatch. That's a huge. What about Warcraft Rumble?
Yeah.
And then what you've got Diablo Immortal. Guys.
We don't have a phone. 2019 in
Hearthstone.
viewership, but remains steadier than Diablo 4. Funnily enough, if you compare Path of Exile to Path of Exile 2 on Twitch,
This is the big one right here. These numbers, these are good numbers, okay? What we saw earlier, those are bad numbers. These are good. This is a good graph. And the way that you can tell that it's good is because it goes up. So if a graph is going up, it's good. If the graph is going down, it's bad. It's pretty simple.
It's like super
And so if you look at
fluctuating.
this graph, you can see that it's going up.
The trend is
And this
there.
is a happy graph. That's right. And so anyway, PoE has shown consistent year-over-year growth, and I think the reason that they've done that is they've continued making
Man,
the game.
Asmon seems to be so hyped about Path of Exile. Like, he played the game, like, way back in the days because I think Riparian, like, asked him to check it out. And he played it, like, years and years ago, right? With Crib.
For their player base, and I think that they probably have, like, a pretty low...
4,000 hours.
Amount of people that, like, quit.
So he's, like, still relative beginner. Like, he's, like, a little more than a beginner, or what? 4K? I mean, 4K is already quite a bit. But he's, like, a little past starting out. I'm pretty sure he knows a lot. That's like a baby. No, pure baby. I'm not even, like, I'm not even born then by that graph.
Quit the game and stop playing it, right? Compared to, like, something like Diablo. Like, the people that are, like, invested in PoE, I think they stay invested.
Oh, you're invested, boys.
not happen as it does to
Are we
Diablo
invested?
4 and World of Warcraft. Path of Exile's viewership remains very steady every single time.
PoE is
they
consistent,
release a
yeah.
new
I've seen it on
expansion
the
or
player
update.
numbers too.
It's phenomenal. So,
People love the
obviously,
company, GG.
Diablo 4 is flailing. Blizzard is somehow left stunned about Path of Exile 2's popularity. And here is our only other exhibit of this truth. The tweet by the senior vice president.
Again, I don't know why he would tweet that.
And general manager of all things Diablo at Blizzard. Feels like the genre of ARPG, in quotations, is starting to mean a lot of different things. Much like, in quotations, Souls-like, and, in quotations, roguelike. I wonder if we could normalize, in quotations, Diablo.
This thing has gone far and wild now. Like, I don't know, like, this is what my thoughts on it. It's just 2 minutes. And hey, everybody, it's Rob here. You may have seen this. He basically said, feels like I've definitely been inspired hugely by the great game that Diablo 2 was and is to this day. And I don't think that's a bad thing.
They
But I don't know
openly
why
say
we
this.
have to, like, you know, keep fighting, because in the
Rent-free?
end, it's going to be great for us, the customers, the gamers, if there is competition in the market. If there
It's a
are
good thing.
multiple good games out there, we have a lot of power, we have a lot of choice, we can vote with our wallets, we can vote with our attention, we can vote with our playtime and
Agree,
everything.
Rob's right.
And I think you can really see that GGG took
Yeah.
some of the systems that we all loved in Diablo 2 based, and they cooked with them. They improved them significantly. If you're just watching here, what they did, for example, with the weapon swapping. Like, weapon swapping always existed in Diablo 2, where you could, like, basically press a hotkey, like W or whatever, to switch your weapons. And they took this system And they cooked on it more and more for Path of Exile, to the point where now the simple weapon switch here also allows you to customize your character even more, not just switching the weapon, but also switching
They did so
part
much
of your skill tree with the weapon switches, and basically allowing for even further and more in-depth character customization. And I think it's no bad thing to take inspiration from games that work really well and then keep improving on those systems that we all came to love, you know. Yeah. Hey everybody, it's all that's my thoughts on it. Like, you can check it here. I have a full video. It goes even longer, but
for ARPGs that
I think
follow the
he just shouldn't have
Diablo
said that
formula.
I think that it would be really funny if people started using PoE-like instead of Diablo-like. I think it would be really, really funny.
PoE-like.
Yeah. Oh god, that would be fucking hilarious, wouldn't it? Make it happen. Yeah, I don't know. Exile-like? Oh, you know what? Exile-like sounds better. I don't, yeah, PoE-like doesn't, Souls-like sounds good, right? Roguelite sounds good.
Yeah, PoE-like doesn't have a
we
ring
gotta
to
have
it
a
yet.
better term. Diablo-like doesn't sound good either, you know? Path-like? No, that's too weird.
You don't need to go check yourself. It's real. It's verified.
I saw
it's a certified fresh and hot take from the leader of Diablo and Diablo 4. Breathe that in. I'm not too sure how to honestly communicate how wild this is. My perception is that Rod either lives in a bubble or was aching for some fire to fly his way to get some engagement. You'd imagine after your biggest...
I think Rod saying this stuff is so funny. I do. I think it's fucking hilarious. Clearly a bubble.
It's just about the timing as well. Like, he could have said this 2 months ago, 3 months ago, whatever. But he said it right after the big announcement that the community liked. And there was always, the fire was always burning between Diablo and Path of Exile communities, where they were already having a fight, which game's better, blah, blah, blah. And what he did, he just put more gasoline on that fire that was burning for years.
Well, yeah.
And it's unnecessary.
100% echo chamber bubble. No, I actually think that Diablo 4 is massively successful. And I've actually heard from people internally, I can't really share a lot of this because it was told to me in confidence, that Diablo 4 is actually quite popular on a number of websites. A lot of people really like Diablo 4, and I think it does a great job as being an entry into the ARPG genre.
I think Diablo 4, when it came out last year, it brought a ton of players into the ARPG genre, and then the game was probably not living up to everybody's expectations, and a lot of those completely fresh players to the ARPG genre went to other games, such as Last Epoch, such as Path of Exile, right? So in some way, everybody benefited from Blizzard and Diablo 4 for sure. It made it grew the ARPG community because it went really mainstream. There were, celebrities talking about Diablo 4, and they had a Megan Fox sponsorship and stuff, right? They had a Times Square billboard, and I still really like the game, and I think we don't need to bash on each other in terms of communities. Yeah, and Elon Musk, even more mainstream. The hell yeah. Yeah, Megan Fox. Total audience, target group penetration, man.
It does. No, I'm being serious. But
they did it.
That doesn't mean that it can't be better. I wish it had a complicated system like PoE as a Souls-like game. It certainly wasn't a flop. Yeah, I think they've made Diablo a lot better. I also have to say, I was thinking about this, watching the gameplay for PoE 2. And you know what it really reminded me a lot of?
The audience?
Is that it reminded me of, PoE 1 in, 2013. Where, everything was a lot slower before you had, a lot of the power creep. This. This is,
And a lot of people still don't like this. I think, I've seen some of the, veteran, Path of Exile players, they keep saying that Path of Exile 2 feels too slow. Too slow. The gameplay loop of Path of Exile 2 is too slow in comparison to PoE 1. But I think it's just like PoE 1 was in the ultra high end game was just too fast. Like PoE at some point becomes so zoomy that you can't even like understand or control like what's going on, and you're just pressing one button. And PoE 2 has a lot more atmosphere. Like your stuff, your actions feel way more meaningful. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I also like fast gameplay, right? But it doesn't have to be like zoom, 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 one shot everything, like move on, you know? It doesn't have to be like that to be a fun game.
Doing like level 65 map or something like that back in the day.
Petition showcases something incredible. Concepts made reality that WoW haters, lovers, and people not even interested in Path of Exile 2, that you take a step back and say, huh, I bet we could learn from that.
Yeah, and I bet, here's really the truth. I bet internally, a lot of the guys that are working on Diablo 4 are like, oh, fuck, we need to do this in our... See, I told you they'd like it. Wait, look at the chat. See, this is my idea. I said this would be good. Why didn't we do this? We could have done this at launch. Yeah, they're probably mad. It's the same thing as Pow World with Nintendo. Nintendo's mad about this? Yeah, of course they're mad. But I guarantee you the guys that are working at Nintendo were probably playing Pow World. Bro, I told you we should have had this.
Back in the days,
why
50
didn't
years
you?
ago?
Why can't we get the
born
money to
that
do
far
this?
away.
Yeah, 7 levels of bureaucracy. I bet so. Yeah, because a lot of these guys, I bet they're PoE players. I bet they love PoE.
What's up?
They're probably going to play the PoE 2, the beta, when it comes out. I think that Blizzard is, if anything, I think it's just in a chokehold of bureaucracy. And I feel like so many companies are like that now.
I mean, like the bigger you get, at some point it becomes harder to like react or maneuver, like with all the like bureaucracy, like all the additional strings, like all the big, you know, company structure, going through different departments, wiggling like different, like, you know, legal obligations within like multiple different countries. And oh man, it just becomes crazy at some point. Like you want to do like one quick patch, like it doesn't work like that, man. You have to like talk to Sony. They then do it like for the PlayStation. Then you have to talk with Microsoft like to get the update out to your, you know, Xboxers. And like, man, it becomes this like beast and like takes like 5 days to make a simple update.
Instead, Rod decided to retreat into this tweet. He stuck his head in the sand like an ostrich and started to scream. Let me just read it one more time.
Okay, man.
Feels like the genre of ARPG is starting to mean a lot of different things. Much like Souls-like and roguelike, I wonder if we could normalize Diablo-like for ARPGs that follow the Diablo formula. The crazy thing is, the dude is right. The genre does mean many different things, and Diablo's biggest competitors are...
I mean, he's also right in the sense that, yes, the Path of Exile developers, like they took a lot of inspiration from Diablo 2. From their franchise. But again, that's not a bad thing, right? Like you don't have to reinvent the wheel every time. And they didn't just copy it, man. They cooked with it. They cooked with, for example, the weapon swaps and now adding like extra skill points to those weapons and so on and so on and so on.
Doing
it's great. It's like they took like what worked, what the community loved, and they made it even better, pushing the entire ARPG market forward. Like no need to go like 5 steps back and like...
Incredible and bold.
Yeah.
But instead of giving them a kind bow or not saying anything, Rod went out and seriously pitched other games be implicitly named after the series he currently oversees, and if they stray too far, then they cannot be compared to his precious Diablo.
This
is hilarious, and what so many people have said for years.
The deaths from Diablo 4 were even on stage at ExileCon? Oh, they were?
Way about Diablo 4.
I feel like people look at what is an ARPG? Isometric game where you loot items and you can kill things. There it is. That like if you want to like, what do people think like ARPGs are? That's basically what it is.
Yeah, was that the one that Kriparian hosted? Ah, dang, yeah, that was great. I remember that. That was like 2023, yeah, last year.
It's a quick game, yeah.
Exile, but now
we shouldn't be hyped about PoE 2 before we even play it. Well, I mean, you can still be hyped by what you've seen. I don't think. Like, do you think they, like, deceived us somehow and this stuff isn't coming or what? Like, we shouldn't be hyped because we haven't played? I mean, I think it's totally normal. Like, you see a trailer of a movie or a game and, like, then you can't be hyped? No. I think you can, man. Like, if you like the game, man, like, or if you like what you see, You saw gameplay. I mean, we saw like end game after end game after end game system. I think it's completely fair to be hyped, you know?
Now the dude in charge
Hell
is
yeah,
saying it
I'm
too
hyped.
in a thinly veiled manner, and it's the only thing he'll ever say about Path of Exile and grinding gear games. Essentially, he's trying to say Path of
Round
Exile
table,
2
boys.
isn't a Diablo-like anymore, so it cannot be compared
here
to
it
Diablo
is.
4.
Wow, that's a pretty good advertisement. I think I might play it more than like. Oh, it's not like Diablo 4? Oh, wow.
Oh my god, dude.
Say no more.
People should stop trying to match up the two.
And the hype is
which
validated by
just
PoE1. Like
absolutely massive.
Like the GG devs, like they already built this trust. Like Chris Wilson, Jonathan Rogers, like they and all of them, like many more. The Neon, like they already built all this trust, right, in the community from PoE1, where you guys could see how they handle things in PoE1, how that game works, and how that works. Oh yeah, Mark. His nickname is Neon and RL name Mark, right? Yeah.
Cope.
That was great.
What's even crazier is the term Diablo-like.
Yeah, you trust them because they earned your trust, like over many, many years.
Been around forever, since the days of Diablo 1 and Diablo 2. And it's how grinding your games described their own game. They said it was a spiritual successor
found him in the
to Diablo
game, yeah.
2, way
That's
back in
great
2010 and onward. They recognized the genius there. They captured it.
It's very obvious that PoE, especially PoE1, early PoE1,
he played it.
A lot of it was like copy pasted from Diablo. We all know this.
Just Control C, Control V, man.
But
the
game is good.
They cooked.
If they have an intellectual property dispute, that's their problem. I don't care about this. I just want to.
Yeah, I mean, we can't comment on how it is legally, right? They took their ideas and they cooked on it. Like we're not lawyers. We're not lawyers. I don't think they did anything illegal, anyways. But like, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, it doesn't really look like it's a copy paste. So
play the game.
And I haven't
if somebody
played
else
early
can
PoE.
copy pasta all your stuff and do it better than you, I'll play that. This is not my issue. It's not my fight.
And they built on it, and now they've created a darn
Yeah, I remember Dota and Blizzard and Steam.
good sequel to their
35%
first
move
game.
speed.
Putting all the care, love, and
Tencent versus Microsoft. You go fight in the courts.
effort into it that they needed to.
Yeah.
Rod Ferguson is scared. He is threatened, so he's lashing out. I've dealt with this in creating content.
Whatever happened to Joe Shelley? Whatever happened to Sleepy Joe?
I don't really think that they are like completely like existentially threatened by this at all, because Diablo, I think, no matter, I mean, this might be an L take for some of you, but I think Diablo will continue to do well. Maybe not as good as it's used to, but it's going to continue to do well because there's like a certain audience that Diablo appeals to and PoE2 does not necessarily, just because of there is so much content and so much to learn still. They improved it a lot from PoE1 to PoE2, but the hurdle to get into it and the amount of knowledge and the amount of gameplay and stuff that you need is still high. But this is Path of Exile staying true to its identity, right? So they have like, there's a lot of audience overlap, but there's also like very separate audiences, right? So they will both exist no matter what. Like, I don't think it's like...
Is he still around?
Any existential... Like, D4 is not gonna die from this, you know? Like, no way.
He's gone?
If you're being real.
Yeah, what happened to him?
Foodie, hi. What's up, man? Thanks for the support.
On YouTube and in my workplace, it's plain to see. Grinding Gear Games has made something tremendous with Path of Exile 2. It has Blizzard shivering, and the game isn't even...
But what's gonna happen, guys, and this is what I hope is gonna be like good for every ARPG player. Hopefully, like other companies realize, you know, that yeah, we gotta step up our game a little more, you know, maybe put some, and this is not necessarily like the devs, right? It's like the higher ups, like the managers that make these decisions. Like that you probably have to, like, I don't know, invest more time, more dev time, maybe even more capital into developing, like, you know, like better systems for these kind of games, because competition just makes the products better. We have a choice. We can vote with our money. We can vote with our attention. whichever games we play, whichever game do we think is better. We can still play both games, but it also pushes the companies to just make better video games, which is great for us, right? I'd love there to be like a third or fourth GG ARPG, so people stop slacking. You know?
You know what this reminds me of? All the game developers coming out and saying to not
Just a
expect
W
games
for us.
in line with the quality
As
of
the
Baldur's Gate
customer,
3.
as the player.
Oh yeah. This. You guys can't expect us to make a good game. Meanwhile,
that was
Space Marine 2 is like such a narrow. It's such a narrow experience, but it's really good. We don't need Baldur's Gate 3. We just need what's in the game to be good.
Yeah, if EHG, for example, and EHG is, are they owned by Tencent? I'm not 100% sure, but I think they got some investment from Tencent as well. So yeah, maybe. But I don't even know like what Tencent's like intention there would be, because they would essentially competing with each other, right? With Path of Exile 2. So I don't know.
Tremendous success on release.
6 on IGN's PC
DG3 was
Gamer.
an anomaly, a standard other devs shouldn't be held to. That was a hilarious line of logic, and Rod seems to be going down the same path and sniffing the same copium. What's even juicier is that Grinding Your Games acknowledged this issue in the ARPG genre, that the ARPG genre has problems with endgame content delivery.
And Tencent is completely hands-off with GGG, but that is not in the Chinese market, right? Like they published the game completely in China, and I don't know if it's true, but people say in Chinese, Path of Exile has more pay-to-win elements. I don't know, like you can buy like waifus, you can buy pets, and like, I mean, like, you know, all the virtual stuff. Yeah. China has pets to pick up. We were watching like some like some of the waifus you can gamba there, some pets and stuff. Like you can, I don't know if it's loot boxes or whatever you can get there. Yeah, no waifus in the West, guys. I want the waifu. Yeah, does anybody still have that video, guys? Oh my God, we watched it yesterday. Like it was like a 2-minute video. Okay, Path of Exile in China. They have like a complete separate Chinese client. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna see this. Yeah, here, this was one, I think, but I don't even know what this is. These are not the waifus, but like they have like pets that kind of pick up stuff, things like that. I mean, I don't even know what's going on here, but like something like this.
Iterating on systems, and they decided to refocus their efforts.
They can revive in
exactly
hardcore for money
for their huge launch. Something that
exactly, like that's the main weakness that a lot of ARPGs have, is like the end game for them is very like kind of weak. Like that's why I kind of stopped playing Last Epoch. I didn't really like the end game that much. I thought the campaign and the gameplay was great. I thought it was fun, but it just didn't really feel like I was
$33 for a hardcore revive.
Didn't really feel like I was doing a whole lot.
They didn't do.
That's just me.
Exile 1,
I don't know, man.
Diablo 4 hasn't done, and Last Epoch didn't do either. They recognized this and decided to act instead of just.
They're gonna cash in, boys.
Immediately as he
then
saw.
you gotta make like a hardcore race.
The genius
gonna bring in the money.
Path of Exile 2 presentation. He knew
I don't know if
what
that's
could
true though, guys.
potentially
Like who knows?
happen.
Like there's no source.
If
Reddit
Grinding
on
Games
Twitch chat.
succeed in their goal, crafting a game just
have a
as
link
deep
for
as
this?
Path of Exile 1 with a
I
far
actually
better
do.
onboarding
Just
system.
a second.
With
I actually do think that PoE 2 has the ability to cannibalize the Diablo audience in a way that PoE 1 can't do. Because PoE 2 is coming out now, and a lot of the systems in the game are going to be made more accessible to new players. PoE 1 is, to be honest with you, very inaccessible to new players. It is. You can do it. Of course, if you're a new player, you know, like all you have to do is watch, you know, like the 4-hour guide on how to start playing the video game. And
The
then
4-hour guide. Okay, but then you're like only 1% there.
you'll understand it. That isn't cannibalizing? Yeah, no, you're right. Actually, that's a bad word for me to have used. Yeah, because it would be eating its own content. No, you're actually correct.
I mean, what Path of Exile 2 sure will do is also like, you know, like take the audience from PoE 1. But I mean, that's normal and that's fine. But they're definitely going to take a lot of players from D4. But I mean, if they release like a cool like season patch, I'm definitely going to like check it out, play for sure. I still like the game fundamentally, but there's definitely a lot of things I've made many videos and feedback about that I don't agree with. Like, for example, having no trading in Diablo 4. You have 4-hour guide for every league mechanic. Yeah, there we go, man.
will actually like take market share away from Diablo 4. And the reason why is that also, if I look at the visuals with PoE 2 and with Diablo 4, I think PoE 2 is way better.
Revive coin.
I do. I think it's way better. I think it's way better in terms of design, and I think it's also way better in terms of fidelity.
It's fucking true. They have pay to.
So
they have like pay to revive in PoE China in hardcore. Why would you even play hardcore if you can just pay money and not die? Or revive?
Like, I mean, there it is, right? And so like PoE 1 doesn't have that. I mean, like, yeah, you've got like, you know, the Searing Exarch boss fight that looks really cool, right? But it's nothing compared to this.
Just play softcore, save the money.
In terms of like visual fidelity again. Better designs, everything.
Who cares about China? I mean, there's a lot of people living in China.
Exactly. Click to move is a fence. Well, here's what's really funny about that. In PoE 2, you can use WASD.
WASD is really good.
So yeah, great idea. You're totally right. So I do think that PoE 2 will actually not cannibalize, will take market share away from Diablo 4 in a way that PoE 1 was not able to. Because of its graphical fidelity, it looking like a next-gen game, and also the fact that it's much more accessible to new players, and that it's a new release, so people don't feel like they're getting in on the game behind. Put all those things together, and you have a tremendous competitor to Diablo 4. And it's free. Huge fucking bonus there.
I still can't believe it's free. Like, it's going to be free next year, most likely when it comes. I mean, we don't know exactly if it's going to release next year, but that's the goal, the plan. The goal, the plan.
Yes. Clear explanations of crafting, skills.
Yeah, should we watch the story, guys?
And
many people
else.
Link me this.
Diablo 4 is cooked, and Rod, thereby, is also cooked.
Next Christmas, you think?
Path of Exile 2 is looking stellar, and he knows it. Coincidentally,
I don't think that Diablo 4 is cooked. I just think that...
It's not.
I don't think it's going to reach the heights that Diablo 2 had. Or even Diablo 3 on release.
Chatting with one of the people in charge of Path of Exile 2 live on Twitch and YouTube on November 26th at 5 p.m.
That's in 2
Eastern
days.
Time, 11 o'clock p.m. CET.
Yeah.
If you'd like to tune in live, make sure to subscribe here on YouTube or follow me on Twitch. Additionally, like the video if you ended up liking it. It really helps and is completely free. I'll see you in the next video. Stay sane, my fellow Exile.
Yeah, Try is great, guys.
Yeah, this guy, I mean, I've watched a lot of his PoE, Talkative Tree, I've watched a lot of his PoE videos in the past, and I really like his videos. I think he's great. I'll link you guys his video.
Yeah. Okay, I wish he would have had like some more thoughts on this. Will it be available for PS5, PS4? Ooh, I'm not 100% on this. I think it should be. So this is the story? Incident. They reworked the website completely. It looks way different now. Look at that. This is the Asmund video. Okay, we gotta watch the story video. I've not seen. I don't even know about the story. From Garage. Yo, boys. Man, this one is great. Yo, what I would like before I see it. Yeah, we're gonna go to the beginning. I think I'm actually gonna... Now it's fine to move down here again, yes? I think it's gonna be better. Some story time. The story is insane. Okay, guys. From Garage to Glory. The story of grinding gear games.
So basically, the player plays a character who's been exiled from their homeland. They've committed a crime, which varies depending on their character class, and have been exiled to the world of Ryklast, which is a very hostile, forbidding continent. Everything, ranging from the monsters to the environment to other players, are out to get them here, and they have to forge their way in this world. But we stress, it isn't about the player saving the world. In this case, they're trying to save themselves, and to gain tools that allow them to survive against the wilderness.
Greetings, gamers.
Look
I'm
at that
Gav.
hair,
This
man.
is the story of Grinding Gear Games and the creation of their amazing title, Path of Exile. From Chris Wilson's garage to where they are today, GGG's consistent communication and openness.
This is like every great company, man. Like Amazon, like they all be founded in someone's garage. Let's go.
With the community regarding their development set a new standard in the space. A connection between the player and the developer that's unfortunately been lost over time in many genres and titles. They do right by the fans of their game and are constantly delivering fantastic content. Officially announced in 2010,
the OG
Path
graphics.
of Exile has continued growing its dedicated player base year over year ever since. In this video, I'll start from the very beginning when the studio and game were first being established, all the way to the successful launch of their game in 2013. I won't be going over every patch or how the game has evolved over the years, but perhaps in a future video we can take a look at the patch-by-patch progression of the game. I'll list off what I think are the top 3 major contributors to Path of Exile's long-term success. And at the end of the video, we'll take a brief look at how they're bringing over a decade of experience into their highly anticipated sequel, Path of Exile 2, which is set to release in early access later this year. Alright, let's venture all the way back to the beginning.
December 6th, boys. Just a few days left. Next week.
And dive in.
Log in. Next week.
At the age of 5 in the mid-1980s, a young Chris Wilson stared longingly at the new Amiga 500 computer system that his parents had.
Look at this, man. Those were the days. That's a gaming PC, boys. Damn.
Brought home. He was still a bit young, and his parents were apprehensive about allowing Chris to use it just yet. Keeping the computer away from him, however,
5
only
years.
sparked his curiosity further. By the age of 7, Chris had already started to program on that very same Amiga 500 system. His obsession had begun.
He coded,
Fast
boys.
forward to Chris's teen years spent at Avondale College, a secondary school located in his hometown of Auckland, New Zealand.
Let's get to the history of the company. Chris.
Yes.
Jonathan. How and when did you guys first meet?
So, at high school, there was this computer in the library that had a copy of Quick Basic installed on it. And that was kind of because they didn't have it in the computer labs, of course, because why would you do that? So I'd go there in the library at lunchtime to do some programming, and this is when I was like 16
High
or so.
school, boys.
And so one time there's this kid on the computer, and I'm like, hey, kind of, you know. So you
Like kind of awkward, like, hey.
So I introduced myself and we were chatting. He was a few years younger than me, and so we started talking about coding and kept in touch pretty well as I went to university. Then he went a few years later, and we were good friends, and eventually decided that once we get out of university, we're going to go make a game. We weren't sure what it was yet, and
I think we had a vague idea.
we had ideas, but it was
there inspiration for that game at all?
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, we both played a lot of D2 together. So, you know, by the time Jonathan had finished university, we were pretty set on this idea that everyone was terrible at making action RPGs, and we could actually make a good one, which is hubris and crazy when you're just a couple of random guys in your very early 20s. I think you were like 20 years old
Yeah, 20.
at the time.
That's how
We
they
hadn't
all
had
started.
commercial game development experience. We were just hobbyists, like way less qualified than most of the people we hire now.
Jonathan and Chris were fast friends with a shared dream of making a game together.
Dang.
This was much more preferable to them than making a career out of the mundane software industry at the time. Through their love of Diablo 2,
Dude, this guy looks so
Jonathan and Chris
badass.
would find the next piece of their puzzle by pure happenstance. They found their art director, Eric Olofsson.
Eric, how and when did you join this ragtag couple of guys?
Olofsson, man, he sounds like a Viking. Chat.
Well, so first of all, I actually met Chris in a Diablo 2 strategy forum. So that would be maybe around
Classic.
year 2000 or so.
D2 strategy forum. Probably on like, I don't know, like
So that was back in the day. It was harder to find out.
back in the days. Was there even an official forum? I remember there was a lot of people chatting on D2JSP. Like I was like the #1 trade hub back then. And there was also a lot of like strategy talk and PvP smack talk and like all that kind of stuff, man.
The best builds and
It's
so
like the
on.
only one I really remember.
You didn't have streamers and
D2JSP.
everything.
It's still active
back
today.
then. But then a few years after that, I got a random message where Chris was saying that him and Jonathan were thinking about or like wanted to make a Diablo-like game, and that sounded amazing, I thought. So
let's go.
Now, for context, you were living in Sweden at the time.
Back in the days, man, everybody was using D2JSP to trade. Like in-game trading just wasn't really a thing. Like it wasn't available really.
Yeah, so I'm on the opposite side of the world.
Yeah, literally about as far as you can go.
I think we needed an artist, and we knew no one who's ever drawn anything in their lives. And Eric is an accomplished artist and has done a whole industrial design thing. He wrote a textbook that many universities use. Like he's up there. And so I said to him, where would we find a lead artist? And he looked at plane tickets.
The Trinity was formed.
The Trinity. Oh man. Yo, that's amazing.
Chris Wilson with his vision for the next great ARPG to fill the gap they saw in the market and scratch that eternal Diablo 2 itch. Jonathan Rogers, who knew from a very young age that he wanted nothing more than to make video games and was completely on board with the project. And last but not least, Eric Olofsson, the man behind the art and aesthetic of the game. Now what they needed was funding to make this vision a reality. Unfortunately, at the time in New Zealand, the games industry was still very underdeveloped, making investors and funding difficult to obtain.
I mean, it would be a complete different story, I guess, if they were like somewhere in the United States. They could have just moved to Silicon Valley or something and boom. But like New Zealand? I don't know what the startup scene looks like there, but it's probably pretty tough, like here in Germany.
We're lucky to have rich friends,
Maybe
so they've been
harder.
willing to invest some money in the project to see it to fruition. It's very difficult to get venture capitalists or angel investors interested, especially in online games. There's a mixture of fear and misunderstanding.
They just don't understand, man.
That's where their fourth co-founder came in. That rich friend was none other than Brian Weissman. Weissman lives in the United States, and he privately funded the project's early development as its executive producer, believing in the vision that Chris Wilson and the others had brought forth. Brian was a pro Magic the Gathering player from 1994 to 1999. For all you MTG fans out there, he invented the most well-known control deck in all of Magic history, simply known as the deck.
I met Brian in the early 2000s because we both played online role-playing games, and at the time we were playing a game.
Look at this, man. Wave 4 Bail Run. We were record 123, password 1, Throne of Destruction. I can hear Bale laughing in my head right now.
Called Diablo 2, a very formative game, and that resulted in a close friendship which has endured to this day.
And one interesting thing kept reappearing in our conversations over and over again. Could we in fact make a game that would be a worthy sequel to Diablo 2? Crazy idea.
Chris Wilson has an absolutely insane...
You see, they're like super open about this, man. Diablo 2 inspired them.
...collection, and I'll have a video linked in the description for those interested. In the video, he shows off some of this collection of his, which contains some of the craziest Magic the Gathering misprints that I've ever seen. In late 2006, early 2007, the trio used Chris's garage as an office space. The first year, the guys did nothing but talk about the project and played games for further research, in an attempt to dissect what made different games so compelling, as well as meticulously going over the details of their company and laying out the foundations for their game.
Dude.
Back in the mid-2000s, my co-founders and I had played a ton of Diablo 2.
Torchlight, Dungeon Siege, Titan Quest D2, Hellgate. Oh yes. Torchlight, man.
Like thousands and thousands and thousands of hours. And as we, over time, tired of the game, we looked at other action RPGs that we wanted to try out. You know, we tried out Dungeon Siege series and Titan Quest and so on. And we played those games too and enjoyed them, but only for dozens of hours rather than thousands of hours. And so this caused us to ask, why did we sink so much more time into Diablo 2? What was perfect? What made that game the best action RPG that had ever existed?
Dude, I think I have more than 20,000 hours in D2. I mean, it's hard to say, right? Because it was like offline play. Like the first time I played D2, it was offline at my neighbor's house because he had a PC and they had Diablo and they had one PC and we would be like my cousin, my neighbor and me. We were 3 people and we would take turns playing the game. Like we had only one PC. We only had like one CD back in the days and we were playing Diablo 2. It was like when Lord of Destruction came out. And we just took turns. Like this guy plays for 20 minutes, then the next guy played for 20 minutes, and the other 2 watching. Like it was just so exciting. Like we would just watch. Like my friend play. I would just watch my friend, my cousin, and my neighbor play, and then we would rotate, you know.
And so
we would just like continue through the story. Dude, that was great. Reported for dude. We only had one PC, man. Like what can you do? Only one PC, only one game. And it was offline. Like, we were just like this, just in awe with the story, dude. Yeah, nowadays you'd be banned for account share, but different times back then.
came up with a bunch of design
Offline.
pillars that we feel a perfect action RPG needs that some of the other games hadn't quite.
Now, it was totally normal to rent out like your license or your game, right? Like I remember like renting so many CDs like from my friend, like to just like play on my PC that I had some time later, right? Like you just like borrow a video game to play it.
Hit in all cases.
License
Those
sharing.
design pillars are still used by grinding gear games today, albeit a bit more refined and expanded.
Look at those pillars, man. Action combat, randomly generated levels, randomly generated items, secure online economy. Yeah, this is the hardest one, I think, man. Deep character customization. I love that one of the pillars is economy. I mean, it's very hard to keep it secure, to keep it legit, to prevent dupes, RMT. I mean, it's never going to prevent RMT, but, you can be very vigilant with that. Same goes for like the duping exploits, bugs, and stuff like that. That is always plaguing any ARPG. But yeah, they're like overseeing this, like, I think very, very strictly, and that's great.
Upon their unpaid research and development time that first year was well spent. Brian Weissman's funding aided.
I don't think you can dupe in PoE. Well, there's a legit dupe. Have you heard of mirrors?
their ability to hire salaried workers and contractors, as well as rent out actual office space as the team grew. Their vision was starting to become a reality, and after much debate, the co-founders had finally decided on a company name, Grinding Gear Games. The name had a hidden double meaning which they thought was clever, and it fit perfectly. Grinding Gear Games stood for both the visual representation of the gears grinding together as shown in their logo, but the name also exhibits the core gameplay loop of Path of Exile, which has you grinding for the best gear you can acquire.
You gotta grind in this game, man. 1 hour a week ain't not enough. It's a legit dupe, yeah, exactly.
The small
As long as there's no other dupes, that's good.
GG team worked in secret for the next several years, not even publicizing the fact that they were making a game, not until what they had was ready to blow people's minds. In 2010, with Diablo 3 now announced and set to release in 2012, Chris and the team knew it was now or never.
I think Diablo 3 helped Path of Exile a lot. Because I remember, like, there were so many people talking about Path of Exile, like, shortly after D3 came out, and there was, like, Error 37, and people realized it didn't really, like, met their expectation, like, before Reaper of Souls, specifically. I was not streaming back then, my internet was bad, and I, like, you know, just, like, barely could play Diablo, and it didn't DC. But yeah, and if I could have streamed back in the days, that would have been great.
Never to build hype for their game.
But I remember, like, people were just, like, at some point, super fed up with D3. That was before the expansion came.
The project was originally going to be called One With Nothing.
They were literally like saying in the world chat, like in Diablo 3, there was like a chat, world chat, and they were talking about Path of Exile in there.
A name which was scrapped in favor of the more epic title, Path of Exile. It was speculated that the name Path of Exile was inspired by this D2 expansion set, Lord of Destruction. And so in September of 2010...
Oh yeah, there was the real money auction house at that time in Diablo 3 as well. Yeah. I mean, I like to have an auction house, like a normal like way to trade items with players. Like we don't have that in Diablo 4, but like real money auction house is definitely taking it like a couple of steps crazier, right? Like where the best way to play the game was just not even to play the game, it was just to play the market. Like the best way to make your character more powerful. Like, you didn't kill any monsters. Like, are you crazy? You didn't go outside the town to kill monsters. No, you just, like, log in, go on the auction house, and you start trading on the auction house. Until you have an item that improves your character. No point of even playing.
They flew to the US to show the world what they had been working on.
Because if you were playing, if you die, like, you would just farm repair costs. Like, it was super expensive to repair your gold in Diablo 3. And like all the gold that you earned while you were farming, you had to spend on repair cost. I mean, depending on your power. But at least if you were playing in Inferno back in the days before they patched it, and you were just farming repair cost, or maybe you would even make a loss. So not even worth going out of town. Just play the auction house, man. So I think that helped PoE greatly, in a way. The music was also sick even back in the days, man. Dang. Yo, the OG graphics, dude. But again, here, look at this, for example. There's like some cool details that you can already see. For example, like, see these arrows sticking out of these monsters' back? Like, that's already like quite some details that they have in this graphics. Obviously, it looks like outdated for nowadays graphics, but this is like back in the days, man. Like, what was this, like 12 years ago? More than 12 years ago? And then having like all these like details already like that, that's pretty cool.
Grinding Gear Games and Path of Exile were completely unknown at the time, but the announcement of their game was a success. It was unique, and although not perfect, the game
okay, that was like 13, 14 years ago.
Was well polished for its stage of development and scratched that Diablo 2 itch for many players. Path of Exile received coverage in major publications at the time, including PC Gamer, Inc. Gamers, IGN, and more. Alpha and closed beta for the game ran from 2010 to 2013, and the team had scaled up from the original 3 all the way to 18 employees and contractors.
Dude, 18. Such a small team, man, but you gotta stay efficient, you gotta stay lean, man.
Looking to see the project through. The open beta was launched and the team was on top of the world. Things were going well for the indie developer. Very well. Achieving a peak of 70,000 concurrent users and nearly 2 million signups. Their initial growth was spectacular, but maintaining those players was the issue. As their small weekly patches shifted to large quarterly updates, they started to see a rise in returning and new players. These large content updates became
Is this where the GigaChat Criparian stepped in?
Known as challenge leagues, which would reset the economy and bring forth a ton of new content.
With some
leagues and
cool
expansions
ideas.
allowed for both experimentation for
Where's
future game mechanics, and also did its job in bringing players back fairly consistently every
The
update.
OG.
On October 23rd, 2013, Path of Exile was officially released.
Cinematic release trailer. He's gonna be there soon.
They named me Sinner.
This is the guy?
They stripped me of my life.
All cinematic.
But this land was a wealthy land. Bounty as plentiful as bones. There is a life here, if I have the will to take it.
Dude, I want to play.
I will take from others. I will use others to take from this world. Or I will fight alone.
Maybe we gotta play some PoE1,
I'm
guys.
an exile, condemned to live in fear.
This trailer gets me hyped even 10 years later. More than 10 years later.
If I am to survive, I must do but one thing. Conquer the beast within.
Grinding Gear Games had learned a lot of lessons through Alpha and Beta, and they had their fair share of ups and downs over the years to follow 1.0. But they've never lost sight of their original vision, and have always remained authentic and transparent. Both the team size and the content additions to the game have scaled up tremendously as the game has grown over the years. Let's go over the 3 things that I think have allowed Path of Exile and Grinding Gear Games to not only survive, but thrive.
Recipe for success. Oh, let's go.
There are many more factors than the 3 that I'll be going over.
Are we gonna get this? Sion, how is it pronounced? Are we gonna get this in PoE 2? Waifu material?
Here, but I'm going to list off the top 3 things that I think have allowed the game to grow relatively consistently year over year. First up has to be their free-to-play business model. In 2006, when they were first laying out their foundational principles in Chris Wilson's garage, this one was near the top of their list. At the time of Path of Exile's inception, they would have been one of the first free-to-play Western games on the market.
And you're using your own technology for the engine, correct?
That's right, yeah. It was written entirely in-house.
Why'd you do that?
was cheaper. I mean, we funded the game based on our savings and, the savings of friends and family and stuff. So we had to take cheap, I guess, smart options rather than buying tools because we just couldn't afford them.
It's like all the great companies, man, they started in a garage.
Yes, indeed. Well, where possible, we'll try to think of a way which saves us money to solve a problem.
Got it. And so why free to play in that case? Following up.
Okay, that's interesting.
When we started the project in 2006, there weren't any Western free games. It was popular in Asian markets. Games like Maple Story were doing really well. So we had this plan to be the first free-to-play game in Western markets. Then it took 6 years to make the game. So we were not the first.
I mean, in some way, they made this then, because after that, there were many, many more free-to-play games, right? Following, at least a similar model, a lot of games obviously then became pay-to-win, free-to-play, but pay-to-win. And they never really went that route. I mean, yeah, there's a big discussion about, stash space. At some point, it's basically, you have to buy stash space to play the end game. But at that point, you're already in deep, hundreds of hours. And, yeah, I mean, a couple dollars worth of stash tape, for a free-to-play game. That's crazy.
And since then, the term free-to-play has become poisoned a bit by games that sell advantage and experience potions and a ton of convenience options, which are almost cheating, if you see what I mean.
Yes.
So we've been very clear that while our game is free, we don't sell advantage in that way. And so this is something our fans actually really appreciate.
Ethical microtransactions.
That's right, yes.
Ethical.
They knew that their monetization model would prove effective, but they were completely unaware at just how effective. It all started out as a crowdfunding program on their website. As funding grew thin for their beta development, they looked to the success of Kickstarter campaigns for other games. Kickstarter was riddled with fees that they didn't want to pay, so they decided to run their own variation of crowdfunding containing different backer tiers on their official Path of Exile website. The $10 tier contained a closed beta key, and the higher up you went...
Somebody told me, at some point, there was a $17,000 supporter thing. For some big supporters, that's amazing, man, to support the game.
And the more rewards you would receive. No pay to win, ever. The company raised over $2.5 million during this campaign. The early stages of what would later become supporter packs. These packs would contain physical items from the developers, such as t-shirts, mouse pads, decor, art, and otherwise. They would also contain some pretty exclusive and amazing in-game cosmetics. To add on to that, you would receive the monetary value of that supporter pack as store points to spend on anything of your choosing. For instance, a $100 supporter pack contains all of the merchant cosmetics that are listed, as well as 1,000 in-game store points, which is the equivalent of the $100 that you just spent. They try very hard to cram value into these packs, and they seem to get better every year. By allowing everyone to try your full game out for free, those that stick around and receive hundreds of hours of enjoyment out of the game actually want to help with the funding of continued development. It's a direct incentive, especially when the content updates have done nothing but increase in size and quality over the years. This free-to-play model that they've kept the entire time has been pivotal to grinding Gear Games' success in my eyes. Zero barrier to entry. The second success factor would have to be their leagues and overall content release cadence. Chris Wilson likes to attribute the realization of this lesson to his now good friend and infamous gamer, Kriparian.
There he is.
The final story is one that I did not realize myself. I wish I was smart enough to think of this, but this actually came from Kriparian, the awesome streamer who played a lot of Path of Exile at the time. And so Kriparian and I were chatting on Skype, as I like to say.
He's a tall guy.
Occasionally. And he said to me, you know what, Chris, I've got a lesson for you.
I got the
really
hair, man.
With my streaming. He said, every day I will wake up and I'll stream at a reliable time. I'm there right at that moment. And I'm going to stream until a predictable time. And then I'm going to work on my highlights video and I'm going to post that at a predictable time. And then I'm back tomorrow doing exactly the same thing. And I'm going to try not to take days off. I'm just going to stream at these times. And the reason he explained was because that way, when someone comes home from work and they're wanting to watch Kriparian, if that's the time of day that he's streaming, then they'll be able to watch him. And if they want to watch a video before they go to bed or whatever the timing is, it will be there. And the day that it's not there is the day they look on the internet and say, what will entertain me? What else is there in the world? And they'll find some other thing, maybe another streamer, maybe a TV show. And now that's the thing they're doing for entertainment. And he felt that his numbers dropped significantly if he deviated from his very rigid schedule. Now, you know, he's a powerhouse of streaming, right? He's amazing. And he recommended that we do a similar schedule with Path of Exile because he said, look at your graph of what you've actually done in 2014. I made this graph, not him, but it was all over the place, right? We've got medium leagues at 20 weeks, big ones at 16. They arbitrarily get small and close together. No Path of Exile player is going to think anything other than, is that game dying? Like, what's going on with them getting smaller and what's with the timing? No one can predict anything. Yeah. And so he strongly suggested we have a rigid schedule because that way it's more convenient for him because then he knows when to stream it, but it's also convenient for everyone else. And so we tried this out. So this was our new schedule, the new era of leagues, as it's called. And so they're every 13 weeks. So this means exactly 4 of them fit into a year. That means that we know that they're going to be on the second weekend of the final month in each quarter or whatever we do. And this perfectly fits having one a few weeks before Christmas and a week before GDC and a week before E3.
A lot of
it
planning.
just matches everything, and it's great. So we started doing this, and we were initially doing some pipelining. We work on a small one while working on a bigger one in the background. And then in the second part of the cycle, we release the big one and then repeat this. And that enabled us to experiment with scope and so on, because at this point, we still weren't 100% sure how large these had to be to have the correct effect. We were pretty sure 13 weeks, which is roughly 3 months, was the right amount of time.
During this game development conference time.
And this seems to be like a concept that has been picked up on like a lot of live service games as well, right? Like about like, I don't know, once a quarter, you release like an update, stuff like that. That's pretty great. Works very well. There's always something to look forward to, always
13
something
weeks,
new.
which is roughly 3 months, was the right amount of time.
During this game development conference talk, Chris continues to explain how players quitting your game is inevitable. Their goal was to ensure that with this new content release cycle and predictable schedule, that the players that did stop playing for whatever the reason may be, would have a plan to return for the following league, and that they would know reliably when the following league would be released. This content cycle has been working out very well for both GGG and the players ever since.
And so when you look at it in the context of all of the Path of Exile history, you can see that we were clearly declining. There's no argument about that for the first few years, and then really clearly climbing.
They were clearly climbing indeed, and with their latest patch 3.25, Settlers of Kalgur, which was released on July 26th of this year, they continued that.
Dude, you can just build, man, your own city. This could be like a standalone game almost, I heard, like in level of complexity. Dang.
Same growth trend. On the same day as the release of 3.25, the game exceeded its all-time peak on Steam with over 229,000 players online concurrently. And what some people neglect to remember is that Path of Exile has its own standalone client as well. And as long as they keep the quality and cadence consistent, I don't see that stopping anytime
Yo, I think there's a number. So they had like 200-something thousand on Steam, and they tweeted this out. This was July of this year, guys. So this is their all-time record. So we know about 200-something thousand people are using Steam. So it's a little bit less, but roughly double is the total player count, because a lot of them are using their own launcher. So just whatever, like just take the Steam number and like roughly like times 1.8 or something, right? And this is their all-time peak. So how much do you think they will have next week on the, not the free-to-play, but the early access launch? Like the free-to-play launch is gonna crush everything, I think. But this is gonna be like the early access. This is like the paid-only version. I'm thinking like between 500,000 and 1 million. Like I think if they get 1 million, man, it would be crazy. Because there was an interview a couple of days, I think it was yesterday, 2 days ago, with Chris Wilson, Darth Microtransactions, and with Gazi. They asked this, if they are confident, if Chris Wilson is confident that the servers are going to hold up into the early access launch, and he said they saw an overwhelming amount of support in the community and an overwhelming amount of early access packs being bought. They saw this, and I think he said it exceeded. Sorry, not that was Jonathan. Yeah, sorry guys, that was Jonathan Rogers. Yeah, he is the game director of PoE2, of course. Sorry, I was just confused with the history because it was like Chris Wilson all the time in the history. But this was actually Jonathan Rogers, and he said that it exceeded expectations, and they're already taking measures to get more server infrastructure up for the launch next week. And yeah, we'll see. I mean, they were like, I think he said like they were like expecting around league season numbers. But now the numbers look to be higher. So yeah, 500,000. I mean, if they get 1 million, it would be crazy. But 500,000, and then next week on the free-to-play launch, I definitely think they're gonna breach 1 million concurrent. That's gonna be crazy.
Soon. My third and final, arguably most important factor is the community that they've built. The game was in development for over 7 years. For at least 4 of those, Grinding Gear Games did no press or announcements for their game. No one knew about them or the game that they were creating. From the time Path of Exile was announced in 2010, Chris Wilson was...
Dude, he looks so proud. Like going a few frames back, man. Look at this. Dude. He looks proud. And he can be.
Chris Wilson was extremely active on their website's forums. He made
And
weekly
he
dev
should be,
blogs
hell
on their
yeah.
YouTube channel to update everyone on their
And
development.
in the interview, man, that it did, like, Jonathan, man, he was so humble. Like, such a humble, down-to-earth guy. It was crazy.
And he was constantly involved on Reddit. Not only did this allow him to quite literally shape the community and keep the messaging of his company and game authentic, it was something the fans of the game really appreciated. And Chris really enjoyed it too. Between constant news updates, announcements, and otherwise, Chris earned the trust and respect of the players. And in 2014, Chris said if they raised over $25,000 for the Child's Play...
See, we talked about this earlier. He earned the trust. Like how somebody in the chat said earlier, like, how are you so hyped about Path of Exile 2? You haven't even played it. You know, like, they earned the trust, guys, like, from the community. People are hyped. The community is hyped. They built this over years and years and years, and they showed it in Path of Exile 1 that they can be, like, you know, trusted with this stuff. Like, what they say, that's what they do, you know?
charity, that he would shave his head for the community. They did just that, and it was time for him to ascend to his true form.
Hey, I'm Chris.
What? He promised that to the community to shave his head? He ascended to his true form. What?
Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. Over the last couple of weeks, we raised over $25,000 for the Child's Play charity, and I promised I'd shave my head if we reached 25k, so let's go find a hairdresser, I guess.
Yo, I didn't even notice, man. He went full god mode, dude. You gotta get a very, like, skilled hairstylist to shave your head bald. Let's see it. There's no way. That's his garage. Bald buff. Plus 10% efficiency. He's like aerodynamic. Good. There it goes, man. Poof. And it's gone. It's like in-house hairdresser.
This is simulating
She's
balding
enjoying
pretty
it so
well.
much. Oh, she's smiling. Perfect.
I like it.
It does look good.
I like it.
Well done. Good on you.
Thank you very much.
She's having a great time.
All right. Come on, face the music back at the office.
Yeah, it suits him. It suits him.
I'll get the reaction.
Well, back to work, boys.
We have
That's
to get
it.
some reactions now.
Next door, back to work. It doesn't look like a garage, actually.
Oh, you got it. It's pretty cold out there. It's like 10 degrees. Need some cold mist.
That same year, he also did the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge.
ALS is a horribly crippling disease, and it's a really serious business. I know it's funny to watch videos of people getting wet on YouTube, but you should seriously consider donating to the cause. I've put $100 in, and hopefully you guys do as well.
Let's go. That was
I'd
big
like to
back in
nominate
the
3
days.
people. First person is Max Schaefer from Runic
Free
Games.
actor, yeah, you didn't even
The
pay.
second one is Mike Biskett from 5 Live Studios, and finally Sean from Protein Pill. Okay, well we've got this nice and cold for quite a while now, so hit me, guys.
That was a big bucket.
The game was really solidifying itself in the market, and the team was earning respect and admiration across the board. Chris and the team at Grinding Gear Games have not only built a fantastic game, they've handcrafted and curated an amazing community of fans. Fans that will follow them and support them until the end. There are a million more factors I could mention, such as their highly unique and versatile skill system, their passive tree, whether that terrifies or delights you, maps, items, and all of their meta systems. And way more that I could list off and talk about, but I wanted to keep the length of this video relatively reasonable. I'd love to hear about what your favorite thing about Path of Exile is, and what keeps you coming back every league. If you'd be so kind to let me know down in the comments. Now let's wrap up this video and take a look at how Grinding Gear Games plan to carry forward this recipe for success in Path of
That's a
Exile
great
2.
story. Here we go.
Originally announced at ExileCon in 2019, Path of Exile 2 was meant to be a major content update to the original game. It was going to be the 4.0 patch.
And we're really proud to finally reveal Path of Exile 4.0.
Now they made it a standalone game, boys.
The gods are dead,
Next week.
but left on their own. Men will always seek to take their place.
Criminals! Your sentence is to be hanged from the neck until dead. Let your souls feed the first ones, and your bodies feed the land.
The only result is pain and death.
The demon is escaping! Kill her!
Get her.
That's only 5 years ago. Dang. How far they come.
This vision has changed a bit since then. Here's a portion of the keynote from ExileCon 2023.
When we announced Path of Exile 2 at ExileCon
This was the one
2019,
with Crip
we told
as
you
well.
guys that we were releasing it as an expansion to PoE 1 and that both campaigns would be playable in the same game client with a shared end game. But PoE 2's scope has continued to grow and grow, and it's far more than just an expansion with a new campaign. It has entirely new monsters, skills, mechanics, classes, everything you'd expect from the next generation of action RPGs.
Let's go.
Not to mention revamps of most of the PoE 1 League content. This thing is just freaking huge. There was a point where we realized that our plan to replace PoE 1 with PoE 2 would essentially be getting rid of a game that people love for no real reason. So we made a decision. Path of Exile 1 and 2 will be separate with their own mechanics, balance, endgames, and leagues.
Dang.
But it's still a shared platform. Your microtransactions are available across both games. Everything you have ever...
They did this, man. That's the biggest W. Like, you just take your microtransactions, like with how much you supported the game already in Path of Exile 1 and in its development of Path of Exile 2, they just take all these microtransactions and all this value that you created, that you spent, and you can take it over into the new game, and you can play it for free, essentially, if you meet, like, certain thresholds and stuff. Dude, just imagine any other gaming company doing this. Like, what? I've never heard of this before, you know? That's so crazy.
Purchased or will ever purchase in the future will be usable in both games unless it's hyper-specific to the content of one of them. You can't transform into a bear in PoE 1, so a reskin of your bear form isn't going to work. But you absolutely can equip the awesome armor set that you got and use all your stash tabs.
The separation wasn't well received initially after the announcement, but it truly was the right path forward.
Yeah.
It removed any shackles at the
Like,
original.
it would have just not worked, like, making it the same game. And it's also, like, way cooler for the new player now. Because the new player, like, he can play a new, fresh game without, like, the bloat and, like, all this, like, kind of stuff. And I think it's just, like, way better and makes the game more accessible to a bigger audience, which is going to be great overall for the game.
Game would have placed on the design of Path of Exile 2.
Like, rather than it was just a patch, you know, like, new game release, you know, like, rather than, like a patch update or whatever, right? Like, it's a way different ring to, like, what you're doing.
Both
and the kind of, like, noise you can make in the communities.
Will receive content updates that offset each other so that you can constantly play Path of Exile 1 and then back to Path of Exile 2. Rinse and repeat. For those of you unsure who Mark Roberts, the man standing next to Jonathan, is,
Neon, we already learned. One of us. Gamer. They found him in the game, man. He was blasting so hard. And so good. He became a developer, man. And now
he's
crazy,
affectionately
yeah.
referred to as Mark II since he was the second Mark to join the company. But most everyone else calls him Neon. And he's an
Neon.
absolute badass with an encyclopedic knowledge of the game. He competed in race events and on the ladder for fun. He plays the game a lot and really knows his shit. Starting out as a simple QA tester on
He
Path of Exile,
grinding.
Neon has proved himself an invaluable asset to the team, and I couldn't be happier that him and Jonathan are heading up this sequel project. I have to say, from the footage I've seen the past few years, Path of Exile 2 looks absolutely spectacular. As an avid MMO player, the WASD movement has me very excited, and just everything about the game seems so well thought out and polished. You can really see how much grinding gear games and Path of Exile has
They all
evolved
came
over the
a long
years.
way.
Path of Exile 2 is their opportunity to truly bring their new tech and all of those lessons learned forward. With early access open for everyone beginning in November of this year.
It's gonna be
barring
December,
any
guys. Next
issues.
week.
When comparing
December
Path of
6th.
Exile 2 to other games on the market, I, like many others, find myself asking, how on earth is this game free?
Yeah, like, how is this gonna be free to play, guys? Oh man, that's gonna be so crazy. How on God's green earth?
Grinding Gear Games has achieved the impossible. Their continued growth can be attributed to a lot of strategy and luck, but the amount of hard work and passion that has been poured into this company and game cannot be understated. I personally began playing in Breach League myself and have returned off and on ever since. I absolutely can't wait for Path of Exile 2, and I'll definitely be covering it and maybe even the lore on this channel come November. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. As always, for those that made it this far into the video, I have a question for you, and I'll respond to everyone that takes the time to comment their thoughts. What feature in Path of Exile 2 has you most excited? For me, it has to be the silky smooth WASD movement that I mentioned earlier. Putting that in an already epic ARPG, I absolutely can't wait. Like the video if you liked it, subscribe to my channel if you're looking forward to more reviews, documentaries, and lore out of me, and I'll see you all in the next one.
So leave a comment here, guys. Leave a like, man. Yo, this is such a small channel. Let's go. Like, this was such a well put together video. We're gonna subscribe, man. Like, here, I'm gonna link the video. So, man, that's an epic story. So what feature has us most excited? So I think, for me personally, I gotta give it to the weapon swap feature. Like, not only do you weapon swap, but you're actually switching your skills now. And I think that just opens up so many more possibilities. And you can like literally like switch like a certain portion of your skill tree with your weapon, and this is just done by rotating between skills. That is insane. I think another really cool feature is that they simplified the gems and the links system so much so that you don't have to have the 6 links like in your items, but you have them separately and you can upgrade those gems. It's gonna be like way better, you know, for newer players coming in. Much more simple. It's gonna be way easier to like switch between like different playstyles, different skills, different builds, and also between different items. But yeah, man, the game's gonna be lit, guys. So it's coming out, like obviously this video is a few months old already. The game, my friends, and here's the website. The game is coming out on December 6th. That is next week. And I'm also going to link this below. This is where all the info is. Again, check out the video. I'll link it again. And yeah, that's been fantastic, man. Thank you so much for welcoming me in. I've not really played pretty much any Path of Exile, but I'm really looking forward to play Path of Exile 2 some more after already testing it in various like Gamescom and other conventions. That's going to be amazing. Let's go next week. I can't wait. GG. G. One more G. For GGG. Grinding Gear Games. Log in. Oh, man. Yo, thanks for this video, guys. Like, wow. That was like one of the best recommendations. I'm gonna make this one for you.
R2628 high R2628 Pog R2628 Pog. I never got to play Po 1, but I am pumped to try Po 2 too.
Dude, same boat as me, man. I mean, I played 30 hours, which is basically not playing it at all. Time for a lore video. Yeah, we could look at the lore at some point, man. But I don't know. Wait, like somebody linked me this clip of Rax based.
Upset if they make any design decisions based upon satisfying the need to move a microtransaction cosmetic forward. If they don't want to have a
what's the concept? I'm gonna turn this up a bit. I don't even understand what he's saying.
Upset if they make any design decisions based upon satisfying the need to move a microtransaction cosmetic forward. If they don't want to have a crafting bench and you bought a crafting bench microtransaction PoE 1, you can transmog the other bench. Who
cares?
Who gives a fuck, man?
This probably applies to a couple hundred people. I mean, at some point you're gonna get this transmog, right? So people are really complaining about this? Like they're bored? Like, I mean, it's just like shows such good faith though from DGG that they're even entertaining this idea.
I think if one person complains about that, like this might be a little bit of an extreme take. I think it's life in prison. I think you need to be locked away for life.
But it just shows it on GGG's part, man. They're like such good faith. Like even for that, like 5 persons that this applies to, and they are mad about it. You know, they're still like, you know, thinking about this, like how they can make it okay. Like, wow.
If that matters to you, I'm sorry. It's life in prison. That's actually not the punishment that I would like to say, but that's the punishment I'm going to say so I don't get banned. I would have a different approach, but upset if they make any design decision.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a dog in this war, you know, but it just shows even more good faith. But I don't even know why they even care about that. Like, what the fuck? Like, I don't mean GGG. I mean the player. Which is Crib's video. The one from ExileCon? Man, it's just such a history lesson. Because this is with the D2 devs, yes? Crib's take. Yeah, I'm gonna get the 480. You can put the bench in there as a furniture item. It'll only function as a salvaging bench or something similar. Okay, let's hear it, yeah. Yeah, Crib is great and tall. I cheated a bit. Look, we have the same height, easy. You gotta like listen to Crib's take. Yeah, I'm interested in what he has to say. I mean, he loves the game, right? Like he probably gonna blast it. Strong, tall, GigaChat. Crib's one of the OGs. He played. He was like he was the first player to kill Diablo in Diablo 3 hardcore mode. That was probably his most like famous video back in the day. He played a ton of Hearthstone. He was one of the very early people that supported Path of Exile as well. Yeah, many people, I think also including Asmongold, got into Path of Exile thanks to Crib. Yeah, Crib is kind of the reason like many people got into Path of Exile like many years ago. Crib killing Diablo 3. Like, dude, how many hours was that? I remember he was fighting Diablo for like... I mean, I don't know. It was MP10 Diablo. Dude... He was playing a ton, man.
Hey.
It was Al-Kaiser. Well, Al-Kaiser, like he was doing Al-Kaiser runs. And he also got you into Path of Exile. I remember the Al-Kaiser runs in Diablo 3. Those were great. Well, yeah, let's hear it.
Hey guys, how's it going? Criparian here. Today I have a Path of Exile 2 video for you guys. Now, this one has been pretty anticipated by some of you. I have heard you. I have listened to the many comments asking for my opinion, my take, how excited I am about PoE 2 finally being playable, and it will be playable on December 6th in early access. And I will be playing December 6th, or as early as the servers are stable. It looks like there will be quite a lot of people trying to play on that day, and understandably,
everybody wants to log in. Why, what's up? Quite understandably.
It does seem to be like a pretty good game from some pretty amazing developers. So what's going on? Well, they had their big announcement. They had like a stream. I watched it as it was live. I did a little bit of a react. I wasn't quite as animated. You know, the people that are basically main gaming Path of Exile 1, you know, they've been in kind of like a content drought lately. So, you know, for them, it is the craziest thing, every little bit about the game.
Hell
and I
yeah.
get it. I have all.
We've been there in Diablo 4 too. Content droughts. Steam will crash. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think they're expecting like 500,000 plus people to log in and at the night off, so we'll see.
Been looking at a lot of the
Do we even know what time it's gonna launch, guys? Like exactly? Like I think usually PoE launches their leaks. Like this is PoE 1, so there's a high chance it's gonna be the same, but not guaranteed. I think they launch at like 8 p.m. They say a time. They said it. 20 Uhr Deutschland, 11 California time. Yeah, okay. So 8 p.m. CET. Okay, nice.
Podcasts that
Thanks,
they've
boys.
done. They've done a lot of Q&A.
It's a
Jonathan
perfect
and
time.
some of the other
Unlike, I remember, man, when Vessel of Hatred launched. Like Vessel of Hatred D4 launched at well, it was supposed to launch at midnight. I woke up in the middle of the night, like midnight or 1 a.m. for Europe time. Probably around midnight, and then it was delayed, and then we spent the entire night. I think it launched at like 7 a.m. or something. Yeah, we're gonna do more than 24 hours. I think 24 hours is gonna be kind of rookie number. Like I'm gonna go for like, oof. Yeah, hard to say, like 30 hours plus. I mean, I don't know. We'll see.
Other devs have been really busy trying to talk about the game and tell people about it. So hopefully I can give you guys a little bit of insight. A lot of what I have heard from the devs is that a lot of the questions that they answer in these Q&As, these podcasts that they participate in, pretty much everything that you imagine that you might want out of Path of Exile 2 will
Dude, the Q&A, like the announcement was crazy, and the Q&A was so detailed, and they really answered like basically every question. I was just used to, like, you know, hearing developers like kind of like tiptoe around the real answer to the question. But I felt like, especially with the Jonathan interviews, like he is really like answering like everything. Unless he thinks like it's like some big spoiler for the story or something, or for some Uber boss, because they want to like keep it exciting. I totally get it. But he basically asks he answers like everything in great detail, dude. It's like a 2-hour Q&A, like easy.
There, but it
That's
seems
literally
like
all
a
his
lot
interviews.
of
Hell
stuff
yeah.
will be added as the early access stage of the game is underway and afterwards. So we don't actually know what kind of game in its completion we will get on December 6th. The last time I played Path of Exile 2 was at ExileCon, which was about 1.5 years ago. They were very nice to invite me once again. Flew out to New Zealand with Rania. We had an amazing time. It was really awesome. They got me to open up for them on their show. So it was really cool.
The ExileCon
but
with
I
Druid.
have heard that the game has changed quite a bit since then, several times over, in fact. So I don't actually know what to expect. I don't really go like super crazy hype mode on something unless I've actually played it, unless I actually know what it's going to be like. You know, I was super crazy hyped about the Bazaar, and still am, because I was playing it. I had played it literally days before I told you guys some of the news about it in Family and Friends and closed access for Bazaar in that case. In PoE, I haven't. I know they've had some kind of alpha super NDA stuff. I mean, I'm not under an NDA, so I'll just tell you I wasn't part of that. I don't know what it was like. I don't know what the game is exactly like. To be fair to them, they actually have invited me on several occasions to some of their events to check out and playtest some of the content, and it's just been like really unlucky timing every single time this has happened. Like the last time they invited me for an event, it was our 10th wedding anniversary.
I've been there, man. Like, for me, it's also like a big trip to America, because they usually have this like events in Los Angeles. And I was invited to that event as well that many people went to. But I knew that like a couple weeks after that, they would be in Germany at Gamescom. So I didn't, because it's like a big trip, man. Like from here, it's like once like around the world, basically. Like it's got like a full day of travel, one direction, then a full day of travel and expenses like going back as well. So I did not make the US event, but then I made the event happening in my home country in Germany at Gamescom. So that was great.
Anniversary. So yeah, we had already made plans, and we were not going to cancel them for PoE2 playtest, though I very much wanted to go and do just that. So that's kind of where we're at. I don't have hands-on on the game. I don't know exactly how amazing it will be on day 0 of early access. I think it's pretty fair that most people should have the same expectation, but I also want to back that up with
it's going to be wild.
The people that are making Path of Exile 2 are largely the people that have made Path of Exile 1. Jonathan and Mark are two people that are pretty front and center talking about the game and presenting it as they did in their announcement. And these are two devs that are pretty much there from the beginning in Path of Exile 1. Path of Exile 1, probably from a developer standpoint, is maybe the most impressive game that I have ever seen in my life. So, you know, I don't know if they'll get everything right on day 0 of early access, but
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be tough, and they said this themselves. There's most likely going to be, you know, some broken stuff. There might be some issues with the servers at the start, but they will be very vigilant, and they'll be like looking out for this kind of stuff, server problems, players having issues, bugs, exploits. Like they'll definitely, you know, gonna react as far as they communicated very, very quickly. And that's gonna be great. Yeah, they said it. I always go to Gamescom. I try to. I mean, I don't know if I will always go, but I definitely plan on going to the Gamescom the upcoming year as well. Yes. If you're going, it's going to be like in August. Like, feel free to say hello, man. I'll be there. I'll post about it. Like a bit closer to it. Like right now, I don't know. I have not looked in the date and stuff, but I usually am there like on Thursday and Friday. Depends a bit. Maybe the week, but most likely like not the weekend, like the days where the business halls are open, and not on the weekend, most likely.
I am sure that Path of Exile 2, however long it takes, will be probably the best game you will play for a good while to come.
Dang,
and
Crip.
That, of course, is exciting.
Hey, sounds
and
good,
you might be asking, hey, Crip, are you just going to play Path of Exile 2 all day, every day from now on? The answer is, sadly, probably not. I will be playing quite a lot when it becomes playable in early access, but honestly, I just don't know if it's a good idea for me to stress my arm specifically quite to that degree. I have been playing Path of Exile 1 every single season for almost a decade now.
Dude, think how many hours Crip has. Like, probably like, sounds like 15K. Like a decade? Every season, a decade. I mean, I don't know like how many seasons they had back in the days, but I'd say like, I know 100, 200 hours every season, like 200 hours every league. Like over 10 years. Like that's going to be loads, right? I don't know if they have like 4 a year, right? But it's 4 times 10 and then times like 200 minimum. Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't know. Like he probably blasted more than 2 in many of them. But yeah, like 10,000 hours minimum, I would say.
I love making new builds. I love trying something new every time they have a new season, tackling the mechanic, and I play the hell out of a Path of Exile 1 league for like a couple of weeks, sometimes like a month. And lately, I've tried to kind of pace myself because I know a lot of you guys don't watch religiously, you don't know the in and outs of my life, but like 5 years or so ago, I had an onset of cubital tunnel, which is effectively, it was nerve damage from the ulnar nerve, which is kind of the underside of the arm.
Damn,
and it was
man.
pretty substantial for
Oh, you gotta be careful, guys. Like, if you're like pressing buttons like a madman, make sure to take some breaks. Make sure you do some stretches and stuff, because if you're there, like, you know, going like this, like like twice a second, like that's probably not too healthy. Try to use like numlock or bind your skill to like a mouse wheel or something. Like, don't sacrifice your health, man, to press some buttons. I mean, obviously this is not the same for everybody. This is like just on average, it's gonna help you to prevent injury. Like if you're up, or like switching it up, right? Like if you like to try controller, like don't always go mouse keyboard. Maybe go for like you know, like a controller or something. It's gonna hold it differently, but like mainly is like take some breaks, man. Like the numlock trick was a lifesaver, and also like binding stuff to scroll wheel. Like for example, I have like a free spinning mouse. Like I can unlock this mouse wheel, and I can like bind a skill to my mouse wheel, and then I just spin, and it keeps spinning for a minute, and it's gonna like basically like spin, you know, for a long time, and I don't have to press any button for like 2 minutes while it's like keeps spinning. This is like what we used to, like for example, force move in Diablo. I don't know if we actually will be able to bind force move to mouse wheel in Path of Exile. I remember that didn't work in Path of Exile 1. Do you guys know if this works in Path of Exile 2? Like binding scroll wheel as force move? That's gonna be pretty... If it doesn't work, I gotta have to like completely like change the way, or get used to a complete different playstyle than I usually do. Probably not. Yeah, WASD, yeah. What is X mouse? Yeah, I mean, I might try WASD. We'll see. Yeah, like you have these like lockout macros. I'm not quite understanding exactly like what is allowed in PoE like with this kind of stuff. Because like I hear like lockout macro is fine, and I mean, okay, they kind of fixed like the flask macro that I know a lot of people used has basically been like, you know, a little bit adjusted. But I mean, definitely you don't want to kill your fingers. You don't want to like sacrifice your health to play a video game, man. You know. But I mean, I can make it so that I press like, you know, a keyboard button, and it's gonna press my I'm gonna press my mouse wheel, and that's gonna press like the keyboard button or something. So yeah.
A few years, in fact, it was very difficult for me to even like hold a mouse properly.
Yeah, man.
Early in the onset
It's
of
a big
it, I was
concern.
just like dropping objects.
I know quite some people that had some problems with this. Like I fortunately never really had any problems with my fingers or something. But I definitely have been playing video games, man, for like 15 hours a day for the past couple months. And I just always try to take like some regular breaks and some stretches and stuff. And also do some like, you know, just in general, like get moving, like do some sport. But obviously that's like on average, that's gonna make it maybe better. Yeah, be a rock climber like Methel. Yeah, and wait until you get older, exactly. So you don't want to like, you know, like you want to basically try to prevent this by taking action before it gets bad, before it starts hurting. You want to prevent it from happening. Like don't spam like, you know, your freaking skill like twice a second and like sacrifice your health when you're young. All right, just at least try to prevent it. Like you can't, like it's not guaranteed to prevent it, right? You see, like it can always happen, man.
I had in my hand, it's kind of a bizarre feeling to kind of lose the control of your body that you've had, and especially for a piece of it that you've so finely tuned over decades to use mouse, for example. So
I mean, in some way, obviously that grip is so much bigger now, but like, I mean, it can be your livelihood as well, like depending on your job. But like, if you're like a, I don't know, like if you want to call it like a professional gamer, or like I know a lot of like surgeons. Obviously, that's like a very different job. But like obviously, like if this happens to you, like as a surgeon, like it's done. You know, you can't operate anymore and stuff like that. I mean, and to some degree, like yeah, if this happens to you as like a video gamer, depending on which video games you do, like you might have a lot of issues.
So I took a lot of measures. You know, I went through the whole, you know, doctors and rehab, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And ultimately, I did have some, so far, temporary, hopefully, possibly permanent nerve damage. I did actually have the nerve.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of the nerve that's like your funny bone. If you hit it, you feel the funniness. Yeah. So they basically.
It's called Musikknochen in Germany. In German. I'm not sure what the English term is. Like if you hit this bone here at your elbow, it kind of like goes like there goes like a pain through your entire arm. Yes. If you like, I don't know, like you hit it somewhere at a wall or something, like it can really fucking hurt. Music bone? I don't know what is in English. Like Musikknochen. Musikantenknochen. It's the funny bone. Wait, really? It's called funny bone? Yeah, I don't think it's that funny, man. Like if you fucking like, I don't know, man. If you heard it, it's not funny, dude. It's not funny at all. It fucking hurts. It could be a literal translation. Yeah, the literal translation would be music bone, but funny bone is funnier. It's funny to everybody else.
And they moved it on this part of the arm. So I've already had the surgery. And post-surgery, I've actually been a lot better overall. I rarely have a lot of the symptoms that I had on a regular basis. But it's one of those things where, on one hand, you know, I don't know if I would have an interest in playing Path of Exile 2 for every single day of my life moving forward. Just to be honest with you guys. PoE 1 is a fantastic seasonal game. I imagine they're going to try to hit the same points in PoE 2. Might play a lot at the start, but probably eventually will go into the seasonal cycle of things as I play with Path of Exile 1.
That's completely fair.
But yeah, like these days, I try to pace myself. If I do a PoE league, I try
on the official website, I guess?
If I'm going to play all day, every day, I try to limit that to about a week. And then, you know, just a few hours a day, just to pace myself. I've noticed that I kind of know what to expect in terms of the limits of my body. And when it comes to my arm, it's not something that I really have a next stage to. Like, I've already had the arm surgery. So, you know, if I screw up my arm again, well, we're going to have some real problems there.
Well, they made it better. You don't have to play Piano Flask. Like, I mean, I think the Piano Flask is going to be definitely one of the triggers that makes it more likely to get an injury like that. Like, if you're literally sitting like this, like they say piano. I mean, I've never really experienced it, but if you have to, was it 4 or 5 flasks? If you have to press like 5 flasks, and I don't know what their cooldown is, like how often do you have to press those flasks in PoE 1? Like, I can kind of see why people made a macro, you know? Like, I mean, if it's literally like sacrificing their health, like, okay. Like, so I'm super happy that they fixed that, man. Yeah, 4 seconds, RSI flask. Yeah, but that's why the people made a flask macro, dude. Like, it's like a fucking self-harm. So glad that's fixed.
I don't exactly want to deal with, because I love playing computer games, and I would like to keep doing that for however long I can.
Just pay for a Mage Blood?
Now.
Yeah, well, but not everybody can afford that, right?
Back to the Path of Exile.
SSH.
End of things.
Yeah, be careful.
The best part about Path of Exile for me is
preventing the injury is always the best. Like, when you notice that your hand hurts, please take a break or change the behavior.
Coming up with a build, coming up with a really cool way that you can take on the game. And while I don't have a lot of specifics from Path of Exile 2...
I don't know how to play piano. Can I play Path of Exile? Nope. Not anymore. But I fixed it. No need to be a musician. You don't need to know how to play piano. It's fine.
And while I don't have a lot of specifics from Path of Exile 2, I at least want to give you guys a little bit of insight into build making and what I think might be a good choice
let's
for
go. What he's
going to
play.
Because right now we are a little bit in the dark. We don't have a lot of information. We don't have like path of building for Path of Exile 2. We effectively have absolutely nothing, and that is kind of interesting. But they did share a few slides, a few pieces and crumbs of information in their announcements and further in some of the podcasts that they've done. So I thought I would give you guys a little bit of insight there. So let's get to that. So this is part of their endgame content reveal, and I want to actually...
Yo, okay, we gotta move, guys. I love it, man. Look at this. Dude, every time I see the skill tree, I'm like, fuck yeah. It's too much. My head already hurts. I feel defeated. Guys, but like, again, depending on your class, look, like you like this guy's a monk, right? And he's only starting at this location. It's not like you're gonna like have to like a choice like to go everywhere from the start, right? It's like slowly graduating, going in.
We focus largely on the passive skill tree. It's a little bit different than the one that we have in Path of Exile 1, because basically all the classes kind of start from this center area. And if you, this is like a monk and part of this slide. So he starts from there, and I'm guessing monk is like int dex. So this is probably the sork, and over here is probably the ranger, like the pure int, the pure dex. This is probably like what was formerly the duelist, now is the mercenary, I believe. I believe the mercenary will start here. Then we have the pure strength, and then like int strength. I think that's kind of how it's going to work out. But
yeah,
it's
that's the way I understood it. It's like top here is int, down here is dex, so it makes sense that the monk is starting like int dex kind of mix, like where you can spec into both, and then down left in the triangle is strength.
Different than in PoE 1, because in PoE 1, not only do they start in further distances away, the passive skill tree itself works differently. The main thing is that there's no life nodes on the passive skill tree. So there's going to be nodes that you can improve your tankiness, but it's not going to be chasing life percent nodes. And while the number of nodes from going to one class starting area to another, I actually counted them, every single one, it's actually exactly the same as it is in Path of Exile 1. So while that is true, it looks like you have way more options to pick up stuff as you go along, and I think it's actually a little bit more convenient to go to another class because you have kind of like these mid-highways.
So what they said in the interview with DM and Gezi yesterday, and I don't know if I understood this correctly, guys. So what do you think, or how did you understand this, chat? Did they not say that the starting clusters or some parts of the skill tree will actually change for balance reasons depending on the class that you pick? So if you're picking monk and you're looking at the sorcerer start point, like those nodes might be different. Oh my god, man. So it's going to be even more complex. So the monk is going to have different nodes here than the sorcerers will have. Man. Yeah, slightly. Yeah, okay, not completely different, slightly different. They did say that yesterday. I mean, maybe we have a clip of the interview. I feel like they said this. So it's going to be, oh man, it's going to be even crazier, yeah. Like no more minion damage, no more spell damage. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the goal obviously is not to confuse the player. The goal is to have better balance. The whole skill tree might be changing again, early access till official release. Yeah, of course, everything is subject to change. I mean, there's early access. Just click damage. I don't think that's going to work necessarily, like just click damage, bro. But yeah, we'll see.
That are far more limiting in the Path of Exile 1 skill tree. So what does that mean? What that means is that while you still start in different parts of the same passive tree in Path of Exile 2, I strongly believe that it will be far more accessible to reach otherwise distant areas of the passive skill tree when compared to Path of Exile 1. What does that actually mean? That actually means that you can play a Sork and then go all the way down here to the complete opposite end of the passive tree and not actually come out with a crappy build. So that is very interesting because it opens up a lot more possibilities in build crafting, and they're already pretty complex passive skill tree. And we also have to keep in mind that with the weapon swap mechanic, you can actually have two versions of the passive skill tree, each one attributed to the weapon swap. So it's going to be lots of stuff here. When I actually have access to being able to make a build in their passive skill tree, that's when my hype's going to go to a 10, okay? I'll be honest with you guys. The best part about Path of Exile 1 for me is making the build. Playing the game is like a tiny bit below that, but making the build is just so awesome. I love
wants
doing
to be
it. I
cooking.
even try to make builds for like other people sometimes, like other streamers. I get involved in kind of the stuff that they're into to try to like help out.
That's super cool.
I just absolutely love it. I have no other way to say it. So when we get there, it's going to be really cool. Another thing that they have for us is actually the ascendancies. So there's going to be a lot more ascendancies than that. In fact,
PoE, Path of Building, is the true endgame, yeah. Sheet of Exile. He made builds for Methyl. Nice. Yeah, Crip is cooking, man.
One specific class will have additional ascendancies other than...
So do you guys think, is there any information, do you guys think we're going to have Path of Building like anywhere close to or on the launch? I mean, I don't know really like how the data mining in Diablo 4 I could tell you instantly, but like how does it work in PoE? Like how is the data mining? Like is there like APIs? Like do they have to like, you know, like understand and like figure out the code, or how does it work? Anyone knows? This is the guy and he is silent. Okay, this is his Twitter account. Locally identify PoEB fork guy. Okay, I'm gonna follow this guy. Last post November 18th. Yeah, but do you know if he's like in contact with GGG or? Yeah, the filter guy. Okay, we heard from the Never. What was his name? Never something. Sorry, I forgot. Never. Like, there's so many people like, you know, in the PoE scene that I just recently followed in the last 3 days that you guys recommended. Neversink. Yeah. I retweeted his work and I shared his link because he said, and it's gonna be, I'm really looking forward to that, like seeing the entire like filter stuff in the game. Where was it? Can we have loot? Yeah, here. I even linked his stuff here. So he said, yeah, Neversink here. My plans are part of Exile filter. So it's basically confirmed. We're gonna get these filters. So this is gonna be there. And you can download the filter here as well. So that's super cool. And you can even make like custom sound notifications and stuff. So that has been really cool. So this is the POB guy and we just don't know. No official planner, maybe for the skill tree. He was offered a job at GGG and declined. Okay. Neverthink is German, yeah. I didn't talk with him, but he has it publicly on his profile. Lübeck, this is actually not so far away from me. Er ist auch ein Deutscher. Jawohl. I also have this public on my profile, by the way. So yeah, I mean, it's great. Like here you can see the post. Okay, and then this is the POB guy. I mean, I'm just definitely gonna like a creator. A local identity. Well, I hope he's updating it, man. That would be... Oh, he's also streaming. Lübeck is my home school. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, multinational. Okay, yeah. I mean, those are great. He's even streaming. I guess not in a long time, but... Okay, yeah, I'll also link the Crip video. Here's the video from Crip. Sorry, I'm pausing so much. Let's keep watching.
Those shown in the screenshot, but this is what they have given us in terms of
Wait, he does work for GGG? But chat just said he declined it. He was offered, but he declined. I mean, I don't know, like... Okay, it's even cooler, like, that they take, you know, like, these community people that do so much stuff for free for the game. Oh, Neversink was the one who declined. Okay. Oh, yeah, sorry, I mixed it up then. Dude, there's so many great people, yeah. All right. So I think then there's a high chance of Path of Building coming out, no? Like if he's literally working with or for GGG. Local identity. Yeah, so many people and names, man. Like I've been following like, you know, 30 people from the Path of Exile community, and it's very hard to like get all the names right. It'll definitely come out. So you think before the launch or after? 3 days before the launch. Oh, that would be crazy. How else are you going to theorycraft? Well, I mean, it would also be kind of funny to just go in completely blind, right? Like, you don't know all the skills. You don't know everything. I thought the community wanted this even more. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's going to be big news once it gets updated, right? Yeah, everything is just speculation. Going blind doesn't sound that bad for me. Like, okay, everybody like already theory crafting builds and like, you know, I mean, I'm also doing this, but like people are all right. Like, there's a lot of copium, you know, even if we get the like path of building and like, you know, all that stuff, there's still so many mechanics, at least from how I understand it. Again, I'm a complete beginner, guys, but I know how it usually works. Not in Path of Exile, but in general in ARPGs, like there's just a lot of copium. Everybody's making their tier lists, everybody's making their build guides and their best builds. And you know, I'm doing this as well in D4 because like the best guess of a knowledgeable player is still way better, you know, than someone random. So people are interested in this content, but in the end, it's complete copium, like all of it, because you don't know what's the best build gonna be. Like it's like full copium. But it's good content, you know.
Information from their main launch live stream.
There it is.
Also to keep in mind, we're only covering a few of the nodes for each ascendancy. And I also learned from the podcast that Jonathan did with Gazi and DM that it will be 4 major keystones in the ascendancies, 4 essentially levels of the ascendancy that you'll be able to obtain.
Yeah,
so
I already put
we only have a few examples here. You'll actually be able to have more skills than these on any class that you're playing in early access. So why are we going over these? Well, on one hand, it's kind of interesting, I guess, but on the other, I actually have a pretty possibly bold prediction that they're kind of bad if you compare them to Path of Exile 1. And I also learned this through...
Okay, I can't really speak on this. So he's saying that the Ascendancy nodes, bonuses, are like a lot worse than, like in terms of power level, than the ones in PoE 1. Yeah, I don't really know like if that's blend. I don't know which class. They're definitely weaker than PoE 1. He'll say why. Let him cook. Okay, yeah, sorry for pointing someone. Okay, yeah. I mean, again, I don't have a reference point, right? Like, so I don't really have an opinion. I don't really know this because I didn't play PoE 1. I mean, they like I just like first glance, they didn't really seem bad. Like there was some very interesting stuff, like the time freeze, like really like defining the way your character works. I guess that stuff was crazy strong in PoE 1.
That same podcast that Jonathan did, that generally their team is trying to be pretty conservative with scaling. They said we're just straight up not going to get into the billions, let alone, what are we even at?
Okay, what are we at? Diablo 4, I'm just going to show you here my recent, it's not even a video, here. So that's where we're at the moment. So, so this one here is the number 12 million trillion. So that's like more damage than probably every PoE player has done in the last league. Because that is 12 million times a trillion. Like, yeah, it's crazy. And then you even get to some overflow and stuff. But this is like extreme case, guys, right? This is like extreme case. How do you kill the monster? It dies in one shot. Usually, I mean, okay, the monsters have trillions of life, but they usually die in one shot. Obviously, this is like the extreme. This is the extremist case, guys. This is the extreme case. Well, I mean, there's even crazier, guys. But okay, this was so given this was on the test server. But this was where it's at.
The Whirlwind Barbarian won the PTR.
This is Whirlwind Barbarian on the test server.
Barbarian won the PTR. Wait, the Whirlwind Barbarian won the PTR.
So that's like the damage. And at some point...
Wait, look at this. We've reached it, boys. It's just an infinity sign. Yes.
Look, we're only dealing 8 damage. It's the drunken 8. So we went from again, this is the most extreme. Like, it doesn't get any. It doesn't get any.
Wait, look at
crazier.
the PTR.
Like, this is like as much as it gets. Like, you're spinning and you're winning in here. Like, these guys are immortal, but like, you're spinning and you're winning. Yeah, that is the.
Wait, look at this.
That is the Babylon.
We've
It's
reached
overflowing.
it,
Yeah,
boys.
yeah. It's just infinity.
It's just an infinity sign. Yes.
I was pretty happy about this. Oh wait, shit! I lost the video. No, okay, here. Yeah, so yeah, they're gonna be very conservative about this.
Are we at quintillions in D4? I don't know.
Quintillions,
right?
yeah.
So it might
A
get
million
really
times a
crazy
trillion.
in D4, especially with Spiritborn and all that. But in Path of Exile 2, it looks like things are pretty conservative.
It's a Thorns
and I
moment.
do want to tell you
you can check
guys
the
that,
video.
in my
I explained
opinion,
it.
the Ascendancy Keystones
explained it to
seem
you.
to be in line with that. Okay. Now, they're very flavorful. Sork has kind of like...
It's 36 zeros. Undecillion or bust.
This Time Wizard, Time Freeze, Time Snap, Temporal. Got a few
Chronomancer.
examples on the live stream. Very cool. And then this is kind of like the Lightning Specialist, Elemental Storm, Shock Chance. There might be a few other things because it looks like there's kind of like Frost happening over there. So it might kind of be the Elementalist equivalent in Path of Exile 2. Here we have the Jade guy. So apparently you have like a Jade form that you can toggle by holding down the key, which is like a really snappy way to kind of like take damage and like resist it, kind of like Arctic Armor, or like Vol Arctic Armor works in PoE 1, so very cool with that. Then we have like the Slam version of the Strength class.
Slam it, boys.
These are the archers, so we have kind of like what would be the Deadeye equivalent in Path of Exile 2, and kind of to further the point that I made earlier, you know, gain Tailwind on skill use, lose all Tailwind when hit. This is just like pretty similar to what Deadeye has in PoE 1, except it's just slightly worse.
Right.
It's just a little bit worse. So that's what I'm talking about.
Deadeye
It
always
looks like
hits.
they're actually quite conservative with the power that you obtain in these, and I am getting to a point with that, of course. And on the other side, we have the different concoctions and poisons. It's kind of like the Pathfinder, but it doesn't seem to have kind of the flask nodes as the Pathfinder does in PoE 1. But that's with good reason, because the flask system is entirely different. You're not going to have like the spamming 5 utility flasks all day long situation. Now going on, this is kind of like the Necromancer area. The Occultist, I believe it's called. So you'll have demon form, you'll have the Hellhound. This is kind of where you might want to be playing minions if you take it at face value with some of the nodes. You can like become the demon. Very, very cool kind of conversion style mechanics that are pretty, I guess, similar in some ways to a few mechanics possible in PoE 1. We also have the, it's kind of like the leeching mechanics. Where you can manipulate energy shield, manipulate life. It's kind of like the blood mage, I think it's called. They have the monk, which is a very flashy class. If you've seen some of their demos, we have kind
Monk
of
looks
like the honorable monk, meditation and lightning and speed and crit. And then we have the you guys are screwing it up, you know, the breach version, the void version of the monk. Very, very cool. I love to see things like these. Gain 1% damage against chaos per 20. Unreserved darkness. So very interesting.
Well, we're calculating this. Like, it's not going to be that much of a damage increase. Like, maybe like 20% max at high level, because you were getting like darkness per level or something. I remember that. So I'm not really sure. I think like the elemental one looks a bit cooler. Like, I am the blizzard, and I shall rage. Like, dude. How did they make this? Like, how is this not a shot? You know? Like, literally on the same tree. They're all taking shots at each other, man. Like, why? Like, what the fuck, dude? But they're doing it.
Interesting, very different play style to the other monk. Actually, the polar opposite, perhaps.
We're
We
just the
have
middleman.
the mercenaries. So this is a pretty interesting one. I think overall, from what I've seen in their trailers, the mercenary just looks like the coolest class. You can use like a crossbow.
I mean, of course.
And
The mercenary sounds like he's using a gun, dude.
This is kind of, I forget what they called it, but yeah, basically you use a
Guns.
crossbow version of the mercenary, where you kind of just deal damage. And if you've seen some of the playthroughs, it basically plays like Rambo. So if you want to be Rambo in a proper ARPG, it looks like they got you covered, and I think that's super cool. And the second version, I believe it's called a Gemling. So it has a lot of gem-based skills in its ascendancy. And they're very, very cool.
Gems
Gems work quite differently in Path of Exile 2, as you can have many more of them compared to Path of Exile 1. And you can basically just keep adding support links to them as you like upgrade the gem, is my understanding. Kind of like kind of like having a 6 link, but you can have way more different 6 links. You can have like tons and tons and tons of 6 links in PoE 2. And if you're playing a class that's kind of like, let's say you're like, a warrior, you have a big stick and you slap people with the stick, it doesn't make that much sense to have like that many different skills. But if you're playing a lot of different trigger skills, perhaps some minions, perhaps it does make a lot of sense to have a whole lot of skills. And that's why you have like the 3 additional skill slots. So what are my thoughts on this? I think
What is Crip gonna
this
play?
is the coolest class overall, the Gemling.
Oh. Mercenary?
And I think that you should at least be mindful that it will be a good idea to play one. And I think it's a good idea to play one because things that scale off of gems are just going to have a really huge scaler in the end. It'll probably take a lot of time until you have like all the different massively linked gems on a character, but it looks like you will really have a huge power level when you do have that. You get maximum resistance.
Sounds like
based on the
mercenary,
support
boys.
gems that are socketed anywhere. The attribute requirements of gems can be satisfied by highest attribute. So you can basically attribute stack, because on the new passive skill tree, you can choose what an attribute node gives you
These look good.
on the skill tree itself.
It's
So
hard
for
to say,
example,
though.
if it's beneficial to just have as much strength as possible, you just select all your attribute nodes as strength, and then you can use int gear or dexterity gear. So, or dexterity gems. So it's very interesting. The flexibility is just huge. 3 additional skill slots is like ridiculous. And 12% quality gems, we have no idea, but I imagine it's pretty good. The reason why I think you should consider this ascendancy is, again, if we go back to the passive skill tree, it seems like it's pretty easy to go into different areas of it compared to Path of Exile 1.
Yeah, and the monk being like this kind of like hybrid class between dexterity and intelligence. Gonna be nice.
And the Gemling seems to have just the option to play any build. It's kind of like what Pathfinder did to Path of Exile 1. You can just kind of do whatever, and you'll be really good at it. And I think starting out with crossbows and playing that mercenary playstyle is just going to hit me well in the field. So that's kind of my plan. It's a
No
loose
minions for
plan,
Crip.
but I think it's a good one. Because if someone figures out some really potent skill combination or something like that, most likely the Gemling will have a very good version of it, really. It might not be the absolute best version of the build, but
That's
overall
exciting.
the ascendancies seem to be a pretty low power level. And yes, we don't get all the different ascendancies. We're missing information on many of the nodes, but like, think about it.
Many
Would they really
information.
highlight just like the crappiest nodes they had available? No, it's much more reasonable that there just are lower power level ascendancy nodes compared to Path of Exile 1. They do want to be pretty conservative with scaling, so that absolutely is in line with that
Exciting.
statement. So
minion
yes,
witch.
I want to play a Gemling. I think it's going to be sweet.
Cool.
I think I'll be able to play effectively whatever type of build that I want, and I think it might even be the best class for a huge amount of the builds in Path of Exile 2.
Sounds
It's pretty
great.
exciting, especially with the customization, and it's pretty exciting because if I look at the other options for playing minions,
So hard to
actually it
decide,
looks like
boys.
Gemling might have the best one. 3 additional skills for minions and more triggers? Well, that was always a problem in Path of Exile 1. In Path of Exile 2, it looks like the sky's the limit with this. So it is pretty exciting, but until we get really into that deep build crafting,
We have no idea.
My hype is still a little reserved. Hope you guys enjoyed watching the video, and we'll see you next time.
Man, let's go. That was Crib, my friends. The OG. Capital O, capital G. So he's gonna go mercenary, huh? Started watching with PoE 1. Excited to see what he does with PoE 2. Yup. OG, man. OG. Yeah, Rob even changed the background. So much Diablo stuff in the background. Well, we're gonna get some PoE stuff as well. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go to the bathroom for a sec. I'm gonna show you this Monk boss fight. Then we'll be back in a sec. I just need to go to the bathroom and get some water from downstairs. BRB a sec. This is one of the Pinnacle end bosses. And then I think we have some other Monk gameplay. Let's check that out.
Different types of league, all the different types of content that we have here.
This
all
is
have
the
their
end
own
game
Pinnacle
Pinnacle.
bosses that we can do. Now, this is effectively a map that's a single large breach, and you're going to have to be able to race through the entire map in the amount of time to be able to get there and finish it.
Assault!
Now, this is the domain where the demons actually live, and you can see the kind of creepy hand stuff they've got going on as their theme there. That's as it gets revealed. Looks like he did it. All right, so now if we keep going here, we're going to get to the boss.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. She of stolen cruelty.
I need mana.
His message burns within our grasp. The fury of the hive. Hear the great winds. We watch, we wait, we dream.
All right, so that's an example of a Pinnacle boss, and we're not going to show you the rest of them, but that's just kind of give you a flavor for what an endgame Pinnacle boss might be like. But just like all of the Pinnacle bosses, when you defeat them, you're going to get points for the Ascendancy tree, sorry, not Ascendancy tree, for the Atlas tree for that particular content. So this is the Breach one here. Now the idea is that you kill the boss, you make the whole league more difficult, and then you can beat the boss again at a higher difficulty and get more points. So the first point here you're going to see is +1 to Twisted Domain difficulty, which is going to effectively make Breach harder. It says here, difficulty causes monsters to have increased damage and toughness, as well as making them grant more experience to drop better items. But there's also effectively specific nodes that will give you interesting changes to that league mechanic. So for example, classed hands in your maps have a 25% chance to be guarded by a pack of magic monsters. Breaches in your maps have 50% more classed hands. Those things are effectively like breach chests that you find as the breach expands there. So that's like a bonus that you might choose to pick. There's lots of other ones here that you could pick as well. And as I said, each of the different types of content all have their own trees.
Yeah, this is the monk.
Stuff with.
If you want to see this video, I'll link this. This is great.
Actually, wait, there's one more thing that we forgot to tell you about, and this is kind of important.
Do you like
which is
Diablo
tablets.
4?
Okay,
Yes.
right, I should have gone over that
I like
earlier.
both games.
So we'll just do it now. So effectively, right, when you do a breach in your maps, one of the things that you might find, and this is kind of important, are tablets. Now, tablets are items in your inventory that you can use with these towers.
Nobody knows what's truly strong, guys. Nobody knows. Yeah, there's monk gameplay. They did this. Why do you not have phones?
Do you not have nets, Exile? Do you not have nets, Exile? What? Do you not have nets, Exile?
Huh. Nets? They really put this in?
Do you not have nets, Exile?
Oh boy. Do you not have nets? I'll clean my mouse for a second. That's crazy. You need nets to capture the mobs. Well, I have a phone, guys. Don't have nets. Trapping beasts. They removed them. Uber Maven boss fight from PoE1. I think I've seen Ben fight some of these, but I've not seen. I think I've seen the Maven, yeah. I think it was. Is there normal and Uber Maven? Because then I think I actually fought the Maven, but like only the normal one. I've definitely seen the fight. Great videos for new PoE players, guys. There's so much content, man. Everybody's making so much content. Yeah, I just need to learn, man. For new players.
Hello, this is 1 mana left.
Okay. There's just so much stuff, man. Okay, let's close all this. Dude, I have so many browser tabs open.
Let's go on.
Like I'm gone, man. Like we're so far gone. And all these tabs, dude. Oh, I did it. New We That Are One. And this boss fight was super cool as well. There's some monk gameplay. Yeah, I've seen the PoE1 stuff.
Hello?
So this one here, top 10 things. I think there was one more from Try. Is the Jonathan interview tomorrow? There's also this. Quinn is working on the puzzle. Wait, it's like the second day or the third day. Wait, I thought he did it on stream. Yesterday, but didn't he say there's one coming up?
Okay, so I did 1, 2, 3, 4 just now. Boom, done. Okay, now we're gonna do 1, 2, 4, 3. So I'm gonna get faster as I get as we practice.
6 hours.
So,
Yo, chat. This is the final puzzle, right? The box opens after this.
Sure, it will open. It's a brute force. Yeah, he's brute forcing it. Oh man, his chat is just way too good, dude. Yeah, he popping off, man. He's popping off. Yeah, I think there's some monk stuff as well. This is the Act 1 boss battle. That one's also pretty cool. Controller gameplay. This controller gameplay, yeah. I think he's interviewing. Let me actually see. What is this? Present. Allies in your presence have 100% to accuracy rating. Now, this seems pretty strong in party. That's a lot. What time? Do you say the time? At 1 AM he's doing some stuff. This guy's blasting. LFG, man. Minion counts as allies. Ooh, it's also good for minions, yeah. Yeah, MP has a lot of that stuff. Daily dose of Asmongold. That's actually crazy. It's dropping, like, he has such an influence that it's like dropping the M's views. That's crazy. There's a ton of people. New POE trailer. Yeah, the problem is if we're gonna watch all this, guys, I need to stop the YouTube stream. Well, actually, we're gonna stop the YouTube stream. It's like fucking with my quality anyways. Before we're gonna get another copyright problem on YouTube. Wait a second.
We need. Kill him, and you shall have
I don't have the full
everything
skill
I
tree.
promise.
So I have like a big part of the skill tree. How do you append on this map? It's infinite and you finished hundreds of maps. I have so many questions. Well, you're just gonna keep grinding the maps. Skill tree looks like this. Yeah, I'll check that, Armin. Okay, this is the skill tree, guy. This is the skill tree. Yeah, we'll be back here streaming tomorrow. Thanks for watching on YouTube, my friends. The problem is always I'm getting issues. Like if you have music in that video, right? And we can't watch it on YouTube. It's fucked up. Gonna move down here. All right, more stream on YouTube tomorrow. GG. The guy was on another level. This is the most popular PoE video, sponsored by Tibet. What the hell? You can keep watching on Twitch, my friends. Thanks for watching on YouTube.